Before we descend into the darkness, I want to ask a favour. If you enjoy this story, please use your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review makes a massive difference. And if you'd like, comment what time it is and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in. And of course, if you enjoy the content, consider subscribing. Now let's begin. The coal fires had been burning since October, as they always did. And by the first week of December, the city had settled into its winter habit. Smoke rising from a million chimneys, merging with the river's exhalation, pooling in the streets like something that had learned the shape of London by heart. People moved through the morning fog with their usual practiced patience, collars turned up against the damp, hands deep in pockets, breath turning to white vapour that mixed with everything else, hanging in the air. The Thames sat low and sluggish between its banks, the bridges rendered in soft charcoal strokes against a sky the colour of old dishwater, and the street lamps wore small halos that didn't so much illuminate the pavement as confirm that light still existed somewhere beyond the general dimness. Nothing about that first morning felt particularly urgent. The fog was thick, yes, but London knew fog the way other cities knew sunshine or wind. As a fundamental condition of winter, existence, something to endure with the same stolid fortitude applied to rationing and queues and the general grinding work of rebuilding what the war had broken. The milkman still made his rounds, bottles clinking in their carrier, his route memorised well enough that he could have walked it blind. The postman still delivered letters, though he moved more slowly than usual, one hand trailing along garden gates to keep himself oriented. In flats and houses across the city, people woke to the smell of coal smoke, mixed with the particular dampness that seeped through window frames, and they pulled on dressing gowns and went to light their own fires, adding their contribution to the general atmosphere without thinking much about it. This was simply what winter meant in London, a season defined by coal and fog, and the patient endurance of both. Margaret Hartley woke that Thursday morning to the sound of her husband's cough, a wet rattling thing that seemed to start somewhere deep in his chest and work its way up like water through old pipes. She lay still for a moment, listening to him try to suppress it, then heard him give up and let it run its course. Through the bedroom curtains, the light looked wrong. Not dark exactly, but thick, as if the morning had been diluted with something grey and substantial. She rose and pulled the curtain back and saw that the street below had disappeared. Not vanished in the dramatic sense, but simply ceased to be visible beyond about 10 feet from the window. The lamppost directly across from their building stood in its pool of yellowish light like an island, and beyond that was only a kind of shifting blankness that might have been fog or smoke, or some mixture of both. Worse than usual, her husband said from the bed, his voice rough. Kettle's probably cold, Margaret said, which wasn't an answer, but served as one. She tied her dressing gown and went downstairs to the kitchen, where the linoleum was cold enough to feel through her slippers. The flat retained heat about as well as a sieve retained water, and the coal fire in the sitting room had gone out overnight, leaving the whole place with that particular chill that comes from sleeping in a stone box in December. She filled the kettle and set it on the stove, then stood at the kitchen window, looking out at the back garden, which had also disappeared. The fence at the bottom should have been visible. It was only 30 feet away, but all she could see was grey thickness pressing against the glass, as if something were trying to look in. By the time her husband came down, dressed for work in his postal uniform, the kettle was boiling and she'd made toast on the gas ring, scraping margarine across it in a thin film that was mostly suggestion. They ate in the kitchen because the sitting room was too cold, and neither of them mentioned the fog except in passing, the way you might mention rain, an inconvenience certainly, but hardly worth dwelling on. He'd be slower on his route today, might not finish until well after dark, but that was the job. The post didn't stop for weather. He drank his tea standing up, pulled on his coat and scarf, and kissed her on the cheek before heading out into the grey morning, his footsteps on the stairs growing muffled and then silent as the front door closed behind him. Margaret washed the breakfast things and got dressed herself. She cleaned houses 3 days a week in Kensington, and Thursday was one of her days, but when she stepped outside the building and felt the air settle around her like something with weight, she paused on the steps. The smell hit her immediately, a bitter coal bite that seemed to coat the inside of her nose and throat, and when she took a breath, it felt thicker than air should feel, as if she were inhaling something that hadn't quite made up its mind, whether to be gas or liquid. She pulled her scarf up over her mouth and nose and started walking toward the bus stop, keeping close to the buildings, one hand brushing along the rough brick to maintain her sense of direction. The bus stop was supposed to be 3 streets over, a walk she could do without thinking under normal circumstances. But this morning, it took her nearly 20 minutes because she had to stop twice to make sure she hadn't turned the wrong way, and once she nearly walked into the back of a milk truck that had stopped in the middle of the street, the driver leaning out his window, trying to see where he was. When she finally reached the stop, there were already a dozen people waiting, all of them standing closer together than Londoners usually did, as if proximity might offer some kind of collective navigation. No one spoke much. They stood and breathed and coughed and waited, watching the place where the bus should appear. And after 40 minutes of this, a figure emerged from the fog. Not the bus, but another person, a woman in a green coat who asked if the 49 had come yet, was told it hadn't and might not, the way things were going. Margaret waited another half hour before giving up and walking back home, the journey taking even longer because the fog seemed to have thickened in the interim. And when she finally let herself back into the flat, she sat down at the kitchen table and realised her chest felt tight, as if someone had wrapped a band around her ribs and was slowly pulling it tighter. She made herself another cup of tea and told herself it was just the walk, just the cold, just the natural reaction to breathing all that foulness, and it would pass once she'd rested a bit. Through the window, the grey pressed close, and somewhere in the distance she could hear the muffled sound of traffic, though whether it was moving or stationary she couldn't tell. Across London, similar scenes were playing out in variations. In Bethnal Green, a factory floor supervisor named Thomas Brennan stood at his office window watching the smokestacks disappear into the general murk and wondering if he should send the workers home early, then deciding against it, because production quotas didn't care about weather, and the management would want to know why he'd made that call without authorization. On the floor below, the machines kept running, their noise trapped under the low ceiling, and the workers kept feeding them, though several had already started coughing hard enough that they had to step away from their stations to catch their breath. The windows were closed against the cold, which meant the air inside had nowhere to go, and by mid-morning the smell of coal smoke had seeped in through every crack and gap until the whole factory felt like the inside of a chimney. In Hampstead, Dr. Elizabeth Rosen made her morning rounds at the hospital where she worked, moving from bed to bed in the respiratory ward, and noticed that more patients than usual were struggling. Not dramatically, this wasn't a sudden collapse or crisis, but there was a general labouring, quality to the breathing, a sense that the body's most automatic function had become work that required attention. One elderly woman, admitted 3 days earlier with chronic bronchitis, kept asking if someone had left a window open because she felt like she couldn't get enough air, and Dr. Rosen checked and found all the windows closed tight against the fog, which had somehow managed to creep into the building anyway, giving the corridors a hazy quality that made the lights seem dimmer than they should be. By noon, the hospital's casualty department had begun receiving its first arrivals related to the fog. People who had collapsed on the street, people who had been walking and suddenly found they couldn't breathe properly, people who had simply panicked at the thickness of the air and the way it seemed to be suffocating the city. Dr. Rosen, called down to assist because the casualty staff were overwhelmed, found herself listening to lungs that sounded like wet paper being crumpled, prescribing oxygen that the hospital didn't have enough of, and trying to reassure patients that this was temporary. The fog would lift soon, they just needed to rest and let their bodies adjust. But even as she said these things, she didn't entirely believe them, because this fog didn't feel like something that would lift on its own schedule. It felt like something that had settled in with intention. The afternoon brought no improvement. If anything, visibility worsened, contracting from 10 feet to 5, and then in some places to the point where you could barely see your own hand extended in front of your face. The street lamps came on early, their light creating small spheres of yellowish visibility that only emphasized how complete the darkness was beyond them. Drivers who had tried to navigate by instinct found themselves hopelessly lost, pulling over and simply waiting, hoping the fog would thin enough to reveal some landmark. Others abandoned their vehicles altogether and walked, feeling their way along walls and railings like blind men learning a new route. The buses stopped running entirely by 3 o'clock, their conductors declaring the conditions too dangerous to continue. The underground kept operating, and the stations became crowded with people who had given up on surface transport, descending into the tunnels where at least the air was clear, even if it smelled of electricity and old stone. But even the underground wasn't entirely reliable. Signals failed, drivers missed stops because they couldn't see the platform, signs in the murk that had seeped down from above. And passengers who emerged at their destinations found themselves in a world that bore no resemblance to the London they knew, every familiar landmark erased by the pressing grey. Margaret's husband didn't come home at his usual time. 6 o'clock passed, then 7, and she stood at the window watching for him. Though watching was perhaps the wrong word, since there was nothing to see except the lamppost across the street and the general suggestion of buildings beyond. She told herself he was simply delayed, that the fog had slowed everything down and he was taking extra time to finish his route. But as 8 o'clock approached and then passed, a different kind of worry began to settle in. Not the dramatic fear of accident or disaster, but the quieter concern that he might be lost, might be wandering in circles somewhere between the sorting office and home, might have stepped off a curb wrong, or stumbled on steps made invisible by the murk. When he finally appeared just before 9, materializing out of the fog, like a ghost finding its way back to the living world, she felt her chest loosen with relief. He looked exhausted, his face grey with coal dust, his eyes red and watering, and when he spoke his voice was barely more than a rasp. "Took me an hour to walk from the high street," he said, unwinding his scarf with fingers that trembled slightly, from cold or fatigue or both. Had to stop every few minutes to make sure I was still headed the right way. Lost count of how many times I thought I'd turned onto our road, but ended up somewhere else entirely. She made him sit by the fire, which she'd managed to get going again, and brought him tea with extra sugar, which he drank in small sips between fits of coughing that sounded worse than they had that morning. His chest rattled with each breath, and she noticed how shallow the breathing was, as if he couldn't quite fill his lungs all the way. When she suggested he stay home tomorrow, he shook his head. "Can't," he said. "Already used my sick days this year, and anyway, it's just fog. It'll clear." But it didn't clear. Friday morning arrived with the same thick grey presence pressing against every window, the same bitter smell seeping through every crack, the same sense that the city had been sealed inside a jar and left to steep in its own exhalation. Margaret woke to find her husband's side of the bed empty and followed the sound of coughing to the bathroom, where he stood bent over the sink, trying to catch his breath between spasms. His face in the mirror looked pale and drawn, and when he finally straightened up, he had to grip the sink edge to steady himself. "I'm fine," he said, before she could ask. "Just need to get some air." "There's no air," she said. "That's rather the point." But he went to work anyway, moving slowly down the stairs, and she watched from the window until he disappeared into the grey, which happened almost immediately, as if the fog had swallowed him whole. She spent the morning cleaning the flat, wiping coal dust off surfaces where it had settled overnight like black snow, and trying not to think about the tightness in her own chest, which had returned and seemed to be getting worse rather than better. Every breath felt like work, and she found herself having to pause in the middle of simple tasks washing dishes, making the bed, to catch her breath and wait for the strange pressure around her ribs to ease. By midday, the fog had penetrated the flat completely, despite her efforts to seal the windows with rags and towels. It hung in the rooms like a visible presence, giving the furniture a soft-edged quality, making the walls seem farther away than they should be. She could taste it constantly now, a chemical bitterness that coated her tongue and the back of her throat, and no amount of tea or water seemed to wash it away. When she coughed, which was frequently, it felt like something sharp was scraping the inside of her chest, and she started keeping a handkerchief pressed to her mouth, though it didn't help much. The wireless reported that visibility in some parts of London had dropped to less than a yard. Football matches were cancelled. Theatres were closing. The Smithfield show had been abandoned. The prize cattle standing in their pens, breathing air that wasn't fit for animals or humans, their eyes streaming, their sides heaving. The BBC announcer's voice had the carefully modulated tone that suggested things were under control even when they weren't, and he encouraged people to stay indoors if possible, to keep windows and doors closed, to avoid unnecessary travel. Then he moved on to other news, as if this were simply another item on the day's agenda, notable but not alarming. In the hospitals, the situation was becoming distinctly alarming. Dr. Rosen had been on duty since Thursday morning with only brief breaks for sleep, and the respiratory ward was now full beyond capacity, with beds pushed into hallways and patients doubled up in rooms designed for single occupancy. The casualty department had become a continuous stream of people in respiratory distress, elderly mostly, but also young children, people with existing lung conditions, and increasingly people who had been perfectly healthy until they'd spent a few hours outside in the fog. The pattern was consistent: burning throat, chest, tightness, difficulty breathing, and then a kind of exhaustion that came from the body's constant struggle to extract oxygen from air that had become more poison than atmosphere. She moved between patients with a growing sense of helplessness, because there wasn't much she could do beyond provide oxygen, which they were running short of, and offer reassurance that this would pass, though she was less and less certain that was true. One man, a dock worker in his 50s, had been brought in barely conscious, his lips blue, his breathing so shallow and rapid, it barely seemed to move his chest. They'd put him on oxygen immediately, but his saturation levels kept dropping, and she stood by his bed listening to his lungs, a sound like gravel shifting underwater, and knew they were filling with fluid faster than his body could clear it. He died just before dawn on Saturday morning, and the nurse who'd been monitoring him came to find Dr. Rosen with the news, her voice steady but her hands shaking. "He's the third one tonight," the nurse said, "and there's another in bed 7 who doesn't look like he'll make it to noon." Dr. Rosen nodded, wrote the time and cause of death in the notes, and moved on to the next patient, because there wasn't time to do anything else. The death wouldn't be officially connected to the fog. His chart would list cardiac arrest secondary to respiratory failure, which was accurate as far as it went. But she knew, and the nurses knew, and probably the patients knew, that what had killed him was the simple act of breathing London air for the past 3 days. By Saturday afternoon, the fog had taken on an almost supernatural quality in people's minds. It wasn't just thick anymore, it was malevolent, deliberate, a living thing that had decided to occupy London and wouldn't be persuaded to leave. In Piccadilly, someone reported that the fog had turned yellow-brown, like mustard gas, and though this was almost certainly just the effect of coal, smoke mixing with moisture and light, the comparison spread and people began talking about the war, about gas attacks, about whether this might be some kind of enemy action. The government issued statements denying this, assuring the public that the fog was entirely natural, just an unfortunate combination of weather conditions and industrial smoke. But the reassurances did little to calm the growing anxiety that came from not being able to see, not being able to breathe properly, not being able to trust that the air itself wasn't trying to kill you. Margaret's husband didn't go to work on Saturday. He tried, got as far as putting on his coat, but then had to sit down because the room was spinning and his chest felt like it was being compressed in a vice. She made him go back to bed, brought him tea and aspirin, and sat beside him listening to the awful, laboured sound of his breathing. Each inhalation a struggle, each exhalation a wheeze. His face had gone from pale to grey and his lips had a faintly blue tinge that frightened her more than she wanted to admit. She suggested calling for a doctor, but he shook his head. Doctors are busy with people who really need them, he said between coughs. It's just a bad cold. I'll be fine in a day or two. But she didn't think it was just a cold, and she didn't think he'd be fine, though she didn't say this because what would be the point? Instead she sat with him and tried to make him comfortable and listened to the fog pressing against the windows like something trying to find a way in. The flat was freezing because she'd let the fire go out. The smoke from the coal seemed to make his breathing worse, and she piled extra blankets on the bed and put hot water bottles at his feet and told herself this was just a matter of waiting it out, that the fog would lift and his breathing would ease and everything would go back to normal. Outside, London continued its strange half-life. The city functioning at a fraction of its usual pace, everything slowed and muffled and made uncertain by the grey blanket that refused to lift. In hospitals across the capital, the wards filled with patients struggling to breathe. In homes and flats and boarding houses, families tended to relatives whose coughs had turned wet and deep, whose faces had taken on that telltale grey pallor, whose bodies had begun the slow work of shutting down from lack of oxygen. The death toll was climbing, though no one knew by how much yet because the deaths were scattered. Individual, private, someone's grandfather, someone's infant daughter, someone's neighbour who had seemed fine yesterday and was gone this morning. They accumulated quietly, without drama, like interest on a debt that no one had agreed to take on. Dr. Rosen worked through Saturday night and into Sunday morning, watching patients deteriorate despite every intervention, filling out death certificates for people who had been walking around just days earlier, and trying not to think about the fact that she herself was breathing the same poisoned air, that her own chest had started to feel tight, that her throat burned and her eyes watered, and she couldn't stop coughing whenever she paused for more than a few minutes. The hospital had become a kind of fortress under siege, its corridors hazy with smoke that had crept in through ventilation systems and around window frames, its staff exhausted and increasingly ill themselves, its resources stretched to the point where they were having to make decisions about who got oxygen and who had to manage without. One of the ward sisters collapsed on Sunday morning, just keeled over in the middle of taking a patient's temperature, and had to be admitted herself with what the examining doctor diagnosed as acute bronchitis brought on by prolonged exposure to the polluted air. 2 other nurses had gone home sick the day before and hadn't returned. The remaining staff carried on with the grim determination of people who know they're fighting a losing battle but refuse to acknowledge it, moving from bed to bed, administering what comfort they could, holding hands and speaking softly and pretending that things weren't as bad as they clearly were. And then on Sunday afternoon, the wind changed. It started as a barely perceptible shift, a slight movement in the air that most people didn't notice at first because they'd grown accustomed to the absolute stillness that had characterized the past few days. But gradually, imperceptibly, the fog began to thin. Not dramatically. This wasn't a curtain being pulled back to reveal sudden clarity, but in small degrees, visibility expanding from 3 feet to 5, from 5 to 10, from 10 to the point where you could see across the street if you squinted. The yellow-brown colour faded to grey, then to something closer to normal winter mist, and by evening it was possible to see the tops of buildings again, to make out the shapes of trees in parks, to recognise landmarks that had been invisible for days. People emerged from their homes cautiously, as if testing whether the air had become breathable again, and found that while it still smelled of coal and tasted bitter, it no longer felt like breathing through cloth. The street lamps, which had been burning continuously for 4 days, cast actual circles of light instead of dim halos. Traffic began moving again, tentatively at first, drivers relearning routes they'd known by heart but had been unable to navigate blind. The buses started running on reduced schedules. The underground stations emptied somewhat as people risked the surface again. London, in short, began to remember how to be itself. But the hospitals didn't empty. If anything, they grew more crowded as the fog lifted, because now people who had been enduring symptoms at home, telling themselves it was just the weather and would pass, realised that their breathing wasn't improving, that their coughs weren't getting better, that the damage done by 4 days of breathing poison air wasn't something that would simply reverse itself the moment the fog cleared. Dr. Rosen saw patient after patient wheeled in with pneumonia, with bronchitis, with lungs so compromised that even clean air wasn't enough to sustain them. The elderly and the very young were hit hardest, but no one was immune. She treated a bus conductor in his 30s, previously healthy, whose lungs had filled with fluid so quickly he was drowning in his own secretions. She treated an infant whose breathing had become so laboured that the muscles between her ribs were pulling inward with each breath, the tiny body working desperately to extract oxygen it couldn't get. She treated a woman in her 70s who told her, quite calmly, that she'd lived through the Blitz and 2 world wars and never thought she'd be done in by fog. Margaret's husband deteriorated on Sunday evening, his breathing becoming so difficult that she finally overcame his protests and called for an ambulance. It took nearly 2 hours to arrive. The ambulance service was overwhelmed with calls, and when the attendants finally carried him down the stairs on a stretcher, his lips were blue and his consciousness was fading in and out like a badly tuned radio signal. They took him to the nearest hospital, which was already full, and Margaret sat in the waiting room for 3 hours before a nurse came to tell her that her husband had been admitted to a ward and was on oxygen and stable for now, though the doctor would need to see her in the morning to discuss his condition. She went home to the empty flat and sat at the kitchen table, not crying because crying would have required more energy than she had, just sitting and breathing and noticing how each breath still hurt, how her chest still felt bound by invisible bands, how tired her whole body felt from the simple work of staying alive. Outside, the fog had lifted enough that she could see the building across the street, its windows glowing with light, and beyond that the faint suggestion of stars in a sky that had been invisible for days. The worst was over, everyone said so. The fog had cleared, and now it was just a matter of recovering from it, of letting bodies heal and routines resume, and life return to normal. But when Margaret slept that night, she dreamed of drowning in air, of trying to breathe, and finding only thickness. And when she woke on Monday morning, her pillow was damp with sweat, and her chest felt no better than it had the night before. She dressed and walked to the hospital through streets that looked almost normal again, though there was a greasy residue on every surface. Windowsills, railings, the shoulders of buildings, like the fog had left its fingerprints behind. The hospital was chaos, every ward full, corridors lined with beds, staff moving at a half-run between patients. And when she finally found her husband in a ward on the 3rd floor, he looked worse than he had the night before. The oxygen mask covered half his face, and even with it his breathing sounded laboured, each inhalation a visible effort. His eyes were closed, and for a terrible moment she thought he was already gone. But then a nurse touched her arm and told her he was sleeping, that they'd had to sedate him because the panic from not being able to breathe properly had been making things worse. "Will he recover?" Margaret asked, and the nurse gave her the kind of smile that was meant to be reassuring, but wasn't. "The doctor will speak with you," she said, and moved on to the next bed. Margaret sat by her husband's bed for most of that day, watching his chest rise and fall with effort, listening to the sound of his breathing mixed with the breathing of a dozen other patients in the ward, all of them struggling, all of them fighting the same invisible enemy that had occupied their lungs and didn't want to leave. Other visitors came and went, their faces wearing the same expression of worried helplessness, and the nurses moved between beds with practiced efficiency, checking monitors, adjusting oxygen, offering small comforts that couldn't really address the fundamental problem, which was that breathing had become difficult and painful and might remain so for a long time, if it ever got better at all. The doctor, when he finally appeared, was young and looked like he hadn't slept in days. He pulled Margaret aside and spoke to her in the corridor, his voice low and matter-of-fact. "Your husband has severe bronchitis complicated by cardiac stress," he said. "His lungs are inflamed and producing excess mucus, which is making it difficult for him to breathe. The oxygen is helping, but his heart is working very hard to compensate, and that's putting strain on his entire system. We're doing everything we can, but the next 24 hours will be critical." "Will he die?" she asked, because there didn't seem to be any point in asking anything else. The doctor paused, choosing his words carefully. "He's not responding to treatment as well as we'd like, but he's strong, and if we can keep his oxygen levels stable and prevent any secondary infections, there's reason to be optimistic." It was the kind of answer that wasn't really an answer, and Margaret understood this. She thanked him and went back to her husband's bedside and sat there until the nurses told her visiting hours were over and she'd have to leave. She walked home through streets that had returned to their normal December dimness. The fog reduced to ordinary winter mist, and when she let herself into the flat, it felt impossibly empty, as if the fog had taken more than just visibility and clean air, as if it had carved out some essential part of the city's life and left behind only the hollow shape of things. Across London, similar scenes were playing out in thousands of homes and hospital wards. The fog had lifted, but its effects lingered like a stain that wouldn't wash out. In Bethnal Green, Thomas Brennan's factory reopened on Monday morning with half its usual workforce, the rest either sick at home or in hospital or dead, though the deaths wouldn't be tallied for weeks yet and wouldn't be officially attributed to the fog even then. In Hampstead, Dr. Rosen worked another double shift because 2 more nurses had called in sick, and the ward was even more overwhelmed than it had been during the worst of the fog. Every bed occupied by someone whose lungs had been damaged by 4 days of breathing poison. The newspapers began running stories about the Great Fog, printing photographs of ghostly figures moving through the murk, interviewing people who described the terror of being unable to see, the confusion of being lost in familiar streets, the creeping fear that had come from realizing the air itself had become dangerous. But the stories had a certain distance to them, a narrative quality that suggested the crisis was already past tense, something to be discussed and analysed, and eventually filed away as history. The fog had been extraordinary, yes, but it had lifted, and London was resilient, and life would go on. What the newspapers didn't emphasise, or perhaps didn't fully understand yet, was that the death toll was still rising. Not from the fog itself, the fog was gone, but from the damage it had done, the weakened lungs and strained hearts and compromised immune systems that made people vulnerable to infections and complications that might not have killed them under normal circumstances. The official count put the number of dead at a few hundred, based on the deaths that had occurred during the 4 days of the fog itself, but this number didn't account for the people who died in the following weeks, whose deaths were recorded as pneumonia or heart failure or bronchitis or old age, but whose real killer had been 4 days of breathing air thick with coal smoke and sulfur dioxide and particulates so small they could penetrate deep into lung tissue and stay there, causing damage that would never fully heal. Margaret's husband died on Tuesday evening, his heart giving out after nearly 48 hours of trying to oxygenate blood that his damaged lungs couldn't properly supply. A nurse came to find Margaret in the waiting room, where she'd been sitting for most of the day, and the look on the nurse's face told her everything before any words were spoken. She went to see him one last time, his face peaceful now without the struggle of breathing, the oxygen mask removed, and she sat beside the bed and held his hand, which was already cooling, and tried to remember what his voice had sounded like before the coughing had taken it over before the fog had filled his lungs with thickness that wouldn't clear. They gave her his belongings in a paper bag: wallet, watch, wedding ring, a handkerchief still stained with the coal dust that had worked its way into everything during those 4 days. She walked, home carrying the bag and feeling like she was moving through a different city now, one that looked the same, but had been fundamentally altered in ways that weren't visible, but were nonetheless permanent. The fog had lifted, but it had left its mark, not just in the deaths and illnesses, but in the knowledge that London's air could kill you, that the coal fires everyone burned for warmth were also filling the atmosphere with poison, that the industrial progress everyone took such pride in had a cost that was measured in damaged lungs and stopped hearts and lives cut short. The official inquiries began within days, committees formed to investigate what had happened and why and what could be done to prevent it from happening again. Medical officers presented data showing spikes in mortality during the fog period, though the exact numbers were contested because death certificates listed immediate causes rather than underlying ones, and it was difficult to prove definitively that a particular death was caused by fog rather than by the heart disease or chronic bronchitis or pneumonia that appeared on the official record. Environmental scientists talked about temperature inversions and stagnant air masses and the concentration of pollutants that occurred when industrial emissions and domestic coal burning were trapped under a layer of cold air with nowhere to disperse. Politicians made speeches about the need for clean air legislation and controls on industrial pollution, though these were mostly cautious and non-committal, because any real action would require confronting powerful interests and admitting that the way London had been living and working for generations was actively harmful. Dr. Rosen gave testimony to one of the investigating committees, describing the influx of patients she'd seen, the severity of their symptoms, the number of deaths she'd witnessed. She presented her notes and case studies, documented the timeline of admissions and the correlation between pollution levels and respiratory distress, argued forcefully that this wasn't just an unfortunate weather event, but a public health crisis caused by human activity that could and should be prevented from happening again. The committee members listened politely, asked questions about her methodology, thanked her for her time, and then moved on to the next witness. She left the hearing with the distinct impression that her testimony, like most testimony from medical professionals, would be acknowledged but not acted upon, filed away as evidence of a problem that everyone agreed existed, but no one quite knew how to solve without disrupting the economic and social systems that depended on cheap coal and unregulated industrial production. The final death toll would be debated for years. The official count put it at around 4,000 deaths directly attributable to the fog, based on the excess mortality during the first 2 weeks of December compared to normal rates. But other estimates, accounting for the deaths in the following weeks and months from complications and exacerbations of existing conditions, put the number closer to 12,000 or even higher. The truth was somewhere in that range, and the exact number mattered less than the fact that thousands of people had died from breathing air in their own city, in their own homes, during the course of their normal lives. They hadn't been killed by bombs or disease outbreaks or natural disasters. They'd been killed by coal smoke and fog, and the particular meteorological conditions that had turned London's atmosphere into a slow-acting poison for 4 days in December. Margaret went back to work cleaning houses in Kensington after the funeral because she needed the money and because sitting alone in the flat made her think too much about her husband's last days. The sound of his breathing, the look on his face when he tried to tell her he was fine, and they'd both known he wasn't. The houses she cleaned were warm and well appointed, their fires burning in grates that had been properly swept and maintained, their windows sealed against drafts, their rooms arranged with the kind of casual comfort that came from having enough money that you didn't have to think about whether you could afford coal or how much to burn, or whether the air you were breathing might be killing you slowly. She dusted and scrubbed and polished, and sometimes she found herself pausing to catch her breath because her chest still hurt, her lungs still felt compromised, and she wondered if this was permanent now, if she'd spend the rest of her life with this tightness, and this cough, and this reminder every time she tried to take a deep breath, that 4 days in December had done something to her body that couldn't be undone. The city moved on because that's what cities do. The fog became a story people told, a historical event marked by photographs and testimonies and official reports, something that had happened and was now over. The clean air legislation that eventually passed years later, after more deaths and more inquiries and more pressure from medical professionals and environmental activists, would cite the Great Fog as a turning point. The moment when London finally had to confront the consequences of its industrial practices and domestic heating methods. Smokeless zones would be established, coal burning would be regulated, air quality would be monitored, and gradually, over decades, London's air would become cleaner, and the thick fogs that had been a defining feature of winter in the city would become less frequent and less severe until they disappeared entirely from anything but memory and historical accounts. But for the people who had lived through those 4 days, who had lost family members or friends or their own health to air that had turned toxic, the fog remained more than just a historical event. It was a marker, a dividing line between before and after, between the London that had seemed permanent and stable and the London that had revealed itself to be vulnerable in ways no one had quite understood until it was too late to prevent the damage. Margaret would live another 30 years, her lungs never quite recovering from the assault they'd endured, her breathing always slightly laboured, her energy always slightly diminished, and every winter, when the air turned cold and the coal fires started burning again, she would feel that tightness return, that sense of the atmosphere closing in, and she would remember her husband's last days in the hospital ward, the terrible sound of his breathing, the way his hand had felt in hers when it was no longer warm. The most unsettling thing about the fog, when people talked about it years later, wasn't its severity or its death toll or even its sudden arrival. It was the way it had crept up on everyone, the way something familiar, winter fog, coal smoke, the normal conditions of London life, had transformed imperceptibly into something deadly without anyone quite noticing until it was too late. There had been no warning, no dramatic announcement that the air had become poisonous, no moment when everyone simultaneously realised they were in danger. Instead, it had been a gradual recognition, person by person, family by family, that something was very wrong, that breathing had become difficult, that the city they thought they knew had become hostile in the most fundamental way possible. Dr. Rosen would spend the rest of her career studying the effects of air pollution on respiratory health, publishing papers and giving lectures and advocating for stronger environmental regulations. But she never forgot those 4 days in December when her ward had filled with people drowning in air, when she'd watched patient after patient struggle to breathe despite every intervention, when the simple act of existing in London had become a life-threatening condition for thousands of people. She would tell her students about it, using it as a case study in environmental health and public policy. But even as she presented the data and the statistics and the medical evidence, she would remember the more personal details. The sound of all those laboured breaths, the smell of the fog-tainted air that had crept into the hospital corridors, the exhaustion of working shifts that stretched into days because there was no time to rest when people kept arriving, unable to breathe, the particular helplessness of being a doctor with nothing useful to offer except oxygen and reassurance, and the hope that the body's resilience would be enough to compensate for the damage being done. The fog became a reference point, a benchmark against which other environmental disasters were measured. When air quality was particularly bad, people would say it was almost as bad as 52, though it never quite was, not after the regulations took effect and the smokeless zones were established and coal burning was restricted. The generation that had lived through it carried the memory differently than those who only knew it from history books and documentary footage. For them, it wasn't just a historical event, but a visceral experience, something that had lodged itself in their bodies and their memories in ways that couldn't be fully conveyed through statistics or official reports. Thomas Brennan's factory in Bethnal Green never quite recovered its full workforce after the fog. Some workers had died, others had moved on to other employment while the factory was shut down, and still others had developed respiratory problems that made them unable to continue the kind of physical labour the factory required. Production quotas were adjusted downward, contracts were lost to competitors, and eventually the factory closed entirely, though whether this was because of the fog or just the general economic pressures of the time was impossible to say definitively. Brennan himself developed chronic bronchitis that lasted the rest of his life, a persistent cough and wheeze that doctors attributed to years of working in industrial environments with poor ventilation, but which he always privately believed had been started, or at least significantly worsened by those 4 days of breathing poison in December 1952. The hospitals took years to clear the backlog of patients whose health had been compromised by the fog. Some recovered fully, their lungs healing, their breathing returning to normal, their bodies demonstrating the remarkable resilience of healthy systems given time and clean air. Others never quite regained what they'd lost, living with reduced lung capacity, increased vulnerability to respiratory infections, chronic coughs that flared up every winter when the air turned cold and the coal fires started burning. The very young and very old, whose systems had been most severely affected, showed the longest lasting effects, and mortality rates among survivors remained elevated for years afterward, as damaged organs gradually failed under stresses that healthy systems would have weathered without difficulty. The official inquiries produced thick reports with detailed findings and careful recommendations, most of which emphasised the need for better air quality monitoring, restrictions on industrial emissions, and gradual transitions away from coal burning in domestic settings. The reports acknowledged that the fog had been a disaster, that lives had been lost unnecessarily, that changes were needed to prevent similar events in the future, but they were also cautious not to assign too much blame or to suggest that fundamental transformations of London's economic and industrial infrastructure were required. The tone was one of reasonable concern, leading to reasonable proposals for incremental improvements, which was politically safe, but practically limited in its ability to address the root causes of the problem. Still, change did come, slowly and incompletely, but measurably. The Clean Air Act of 1956 established smokeless zones in London and other cities, required homeowners to switch to cleaner fuels or electric heating, imposed restrictions on industrial emissions, and created frameworks for monitoring and regulating air quality. Implementation was gradual. You couldn't simply ban coal overnight when entire neighbourhoods depended on it for heat. But over the course of years, the air in London did become cleaner. The thick fogs did become less frequent, and the kind of atmospheric conditions that had created the disaster of December 1952 became increasingly rare and eventually stopped happening altogether. Margaret lived to see these changes, watching as her neighbourhood's smokeless zone was established, as neighbours complained about the cost of converting their heating systems or buying the cleaner but more expensive fuels, as the winter air gradually became less thick and less bitter and less likely to trigger the coughing, fits that had plagued her since the fog. She never quite trusted it though, never quite believed that the air wouldn't turn toxic again when conditions were right. Every winter brought a faint anxiety, a vigilance about the quality of her breathing, a readiness to retreat indoors and seal windows if the air started to thicken. The fog had taught her that the atmosphere itself could be dangerous, that the familiar could become deadly, that survival sometimes depended on recognizing threats that didn't announce themselves with sirens or warnings, but simply settled in, quietly, and started killing people before anyone quite realized what was happening. By the time she died in the early 1980s, the Great Fog had become historical. something younger Londoners knew about only from their parents' stories, or from history classes, or from the occasional anniversary article in the newspapers. The city she left behind was in many ways cleaner and safer than the one she'd lived in during those 4 days in December, its air monitored and regulated, its coal fires replaced by cleaner heating systems, its industrial emissions controlled by laws and enforcement mechanisms that hadn't existed in 1952. But she would have told anyone who asked that the cost of learning those lessons had been too high, that 4,000 or 8,000 or 12,000 lives, whatever the real number was, shouldn't have been required to teach people that burning coal in a sealed valley during stagnant weather conditions would create air too poisonous to breathe safely. The fog itself, the meteorological event that had trapped all that pollution over London for 4 days, had been unusual but not unprecedented. Temperature inversions happened, had always happened, would continue to happen whenever the right combination of high pressure and cold air created conditions that prevented normal atmospheric mixing. What had been unprecedented was the concentration of pollutants that had accumulated under that inversion, the smoke from millions of coal fires, the emissions from factories and power plants, the exhaust from vehicles, all of it trapped in a space too small for it to disperse harmlessly. The fog had simply made visible what was always there, had concentrated it and held it close enough that people couldn't ignore it, couldn't pretend that the air they were breathing was harmless just because they couldn't see the poison most of the time. This was perhaps the most uncomfortable truth to emerge from the inquiries and investigations, that the fog hadn't introduced anything new into London's atmosphere, hadn't created pollutants that weren't already present every day. It had simply trapped them, concentrated them, made them thick enough to see and taste and feel, turned the background hum of pollution into a roar that couldn't be ignored. On clear days, on windy days, on normal winter days when the air circulated and dispersed the emissions from all those fires and factories, Londoners were still breathing coal smoke and particulates and sulphur dioxide. They just weren't breathing enough of it all at once to make them acutely ill or to kill them over the course of 4 days. The damage was happening more slowly, accumulating in lungs over years and decades, shortening lives in ways that were harder to measure and easier to attribute to other causes. The doctors who studied the fog's aftermath documented this in their research, showing that respiratory disease rates in London had been elevated for years before the fog and remained elevated for years after, that the fog had simply been an acute crisis sitting on top of a chronic problem, that addressing the immediate disaster without addressing the underlying conditions was like treating a symptom while ignoring the disease. Their papers were published in medical journals, cited in policy discussions, used as evidence in debates about environmental regulation. Some of this research contributed to the eventual passage of clean air legislation. Much of it was simply filed away, acknowledged but not acted upon, because the changes required to truly clean London's air were expensive and politically difficult and would require confronting powerful economic interests that profited from industrial pollution and cheap coal. In this sense, the fog was both a turning point and a continuation. It changed things, legislation was passed, regulations were implemented, air quality did improve over time. But it also revealed patterns that would repeat in other contexts, other cities, other environmental crises, the reluctance to act until the damage became undeniable, the gap between recognizing a problem and implementing solutions, the way economic interests and political calculations could delay or dilute necessary changes, the tendency to treat acute crises as isolated events, rather than symptoms of deeper systemic issues. The people who had lived through the fog, who had lost loved ones, or their own health to 4 days of poisonous air, understood this in ways that policymakers and economists and politicians often didn't. They had learned that the most dangerous threats aren't always the dramatic ones, that disaster can arrive looking like weather, that sometimes the things killing you are the same things keeping you warm. Dr. Rosen retired in the late 1970s, her career having spanned the transition from pre-Clean Air Act London to a city where the kind of fog that had killed thousands was no longer possible. She had seen air quality improve measurably, had watched respiratory disease rates decline as pollution controls took effect, had witnessed the gradual transformation of London's atmosphere from something that could kill you in 4 days to something that might shorten your life by a few years if you were unlucky, but was unlikely to cause acute crisis. This was progress, undeniably, but it had come too late for the thousands who had died in 1952, too late for the countless others whose health had been permanently compromised, too late for all the people who had spent their lives breathing air that was slowly poisoning them without quite realizing it, until the fog made it impossible to ignore. In her final years, when students or journalists asked her about the Great Fog, she would tell them about the medical details, the respiratory distress, the fluid-filled lungs, the cardiac strain. But she would also tell them about the silence, how quiet the hospital had been, despite being full of people, because everyone was too breathless to talk much, too exhausted from the work of breathing to engage in casual conversation. How the normal sounds of a hospital ward, the chatter of visitors, the conversations between nurses, the general hum of human activity had been replaced by a chorus of laboured breathing and coughing that never quite stopped. How even the street noise had been muffled by the fog, creating an eerie stillness that made the city feel like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to change. She would tell them that the worst part hadn't been the deaths themselves, terrible as those were, but the way they had accumulated so quietly, without drama or spectacle, each one a private tragedy in a hospital bed or a home, each one easily attributed to other causes if you didn't look at the larger pattern. The fog hadn't killed people the way a bomb killed people, with noise and destruction and immediate visible evidence. It had killed them the way coal smoke killed people, slowly, quietly, in ways that were easy to overlook or misattribute unless you were paying very close attention to the data and willing to see what it was telling you. This pattern would repeat itself in other environmental disasters, other public health crises, other situations where the danger was cumulative rather than acute, where the damage was done gradually enough that it could be ignored or denied until it reached a threshold. That forced recognition. The fog had been one of those threshold moments when the cumulative effects of pollution had been compressed into 4 days and made undeniable. But even then, even with thousands dead and tens of thousands sickened, the response had been measured and gradual, the changes implemented slowly, the economic and political resistance to meaningful action substantial enough that it had taken years to pass even modest regulations. What remained, decades later, was a story about the strange way disasters can unfold, about how familiar things can turn deadly without warning, about the gap between recognizing danger and doing something about it. The Great Fog became a parable, a cautionary tale, a reference point for discussions about environmental health and public policy. But it was also a memory held by those who had lived through it, who had breathed that air and survived or hadn't, who carried in their bodies and their minds the knowledge of what it felt like when the city itself turned hostile in the most fundamental way possible, when the simple act of breathing became difficult and dangerous and potentially fatal. Margaret's story, her husband's death, Dr. Rosen's exhausted night shifts, Thomas Brennan's factory closing, the child who died in the war despite oxygen and intervention, the elderly woman who had survived 2 world wars but not 4 days of fog. These individual narratives accumulated into a larger story about collective vulnerability, about the ways entire populations can be endangered by systems they depend on, about the difficulty of recognizing and responding to threats that don't announce themselves dramatically but simply settle in and start doing damage before anyone quite realizes what's happening. The lesson, if there was one, wasn't that disasters are unpredictable or that danger comes from nowhere. The fog hadn't been a bolt from the blue. Scientists had understood for years that pollution could accumulate to dangerous levels under certain atmospheric conditions. Doctors had been tracking respiratory disease rates. Environmental advocates had been warning about the health effects of coal smoke. The knowledge had been there. The warnings had been given. The danger had been understood by those paying attention. What the fog demonstrated was the gap between knowing and acting, between understanding a problem and implementing solutions, between individual awareness and collective response. London had known its air was polluted. People had known that coal smoke was harmful, that industrial emissions contributed to respiratory disease, that the thick fogs that characterized winter in the city were more than just weather. They were atmospheric events shaped by human activity, concentrations of pollutants that made breathing difficult and dangerous. But knowing this hadn't been enough to change behaviour or policy, because change was expensive and politically difficult and would have required confronting entrenched economic interests and altering established patterns of life. So the knowledge had existed alongside the pollution, awareness had coexisted with inaction, and the city had continued burning coal and producing smoke, and hoping that nothing would happen to make the cumulative effects of all that pollution impossible to ignore. The fog had been what happened when that hope ran out, when the atmospheric conditions and the pollution levels aligned in exactly the wrong way, when the invisible became visible and the chronic became acute, and the background noise of slowly accumulating damage became an immediate crisis that killed thousands in 4 days. It had forced recognition, had made the danger undeniable, had created enough political pressure that change became possible even if it remained difficult and slow. But it had also revealed the cost of waiting for crisis before acting, of requiring dramatic proof before implementing solutions to known problems, of treating environmental health as something that could be addressed later rather than now. The people who had died in the fog, the elderly dock worker drowning in his own lungs, the infant struggling to breathe despite oxygen, Margaret's husband with his blue lips and failing heart, the thousands of others whose names appeared on death certificates, listing immediate causes that didn't quite capture the real story. They had paid that cost. Their deaths had been the price of learning a lesson that could have been learned earlier, less expensively, if the political will and economic resources had been mobilised before, rather than after the crisis. This was the unsettling part, the part that made the fog more than just a historical event, that made it a cautionary tale about the costs of delayed action and the dangers of waiting for disaster before taking known problems seriously. When the Clean Air Act finally passed in 1956, it represented a victory for public health and environmental protection, a recognition that air quality needed to be regulated and protected, that people had a right to breathe air that wouldn't kill them. But it also represented an admission that this protection had been possible all along, that the technology and knowledge and understanding required to prevent the fog had existed before 1952, that the deaths had been preventable if different choices had been made earlier. The legislation came too late for those who had died, too late for those whose health had been permanently damaged, too late for all the people who had spent years breathing polluted air before the fog made the danger impossible to ignore. This was perhaps the fog's most enduring legacy, not just the immediate changes it prompted, but the pattern it revealed, the demonstration of how disasters unfold when known dangers are left unaddressed, when warning signs are ignored, when action is delayed until crisis forces it. The story of the Great Fog became a template for understanding other environmental and public health crises, other situations where knowledge existed but wasn't acted upon, where dangers were understood but not prevented, where the gap between knowing and doing allowed preventable harm to occur. And so the fog persisted in memory and meaning long after it had lifted from London streets, long after the air had been cleaned and the regulations implemented, and the city transformed into a place where such concentrated pollution was no longer possible. It persisted in the scarred lungs of survivors, in the empty chairs at family tables, in the cautionary tales told to new generations, in the policy discussions about environmental regulation and public health. It persisted as a reminder that the most dangerous disasters aren't always the ones that arrive with warning and spectacle, that sometimes danger comes looking like weather, like winter, like the familiar patterns of ordinary life, and only reveals itself as deadly when it's already inside the body, already doing damage, already too late to avoid entirely, though never too late to begin learning from. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. On the morning of July 24th, 1915, Chicago woke to the kind of weather that makes a city forget its usual complaints. The heat hadn't yet turned brutal. The humidity sat just below uncomfortable, and the light coming through tenement windows had that quality that makes even tired neighbourhoods look softer around the edges. It was a Saturday, which already made it different. But more than that, it was the day of the Western Electric Company picnic. And for thousands of workers and their families, that meant something close to a small holiday carved out of ordinary life. The employees of Western Electric didn't get many days like this. Most of them worked in the Hawthorne Works factory out in Cicero, spending their weeks assembling telephone equipment in long rooms where the noise of machinery became a kind of second silence, something you stopped hearing because it never stopped at all. The work was steady, which in 1915 meant it was good work, the kind that let you plan a week ahead, instead of just a day. But steady work is still work, and the company picnic, a free boat ride across Lake Michigan to Michigan City, Indiana, with games and food and an entire afternoon where nobody had to think about production quotas, felt like a gift even though everyone knew it was calculated goodwill, the kind of thing a company does to keep its workers loyal and productive. Still, calculated or not, people were excited. In the boarding houses and small apartments clustered around the factory districts, families had been preparing since the announcement went out weeks earlier. Women pressed their best summer dresses, the ones saved for church and special occasions. Men shined shoes they usually only wore to weddings. Children were promised ice cream and boat rides, and a day that would feel different from all the days before it, which to a child is the only kind of day worth having. The morning brought them all toward the Chicago River, converging from different neighborhoods in waves of anticipation. They walked in family groups, in clusters of co-workers who decided to meet early, in pairs of friends who linked arms against the possibility of getting separated in what everyone knew would be a crowd. The streets leading to the docks carried the sound of excitement. Not quite a roar, but a sustained murmur of voices, laughter that came easier than usual. The particular energy of people who've been looking forward to something and have finally arrived at the day itself. Along the riverbank, the scene had already taken on the atmosphere of a festival. 5 ships were docked and waiting, all chartered to carry the Western Electric picnic goers across the lake. The Theodore Roosevelt, the Petoskey, the Maywood, the Rochester, and the SS Eastland. They sat heavy in the water, tied to the docks between Clark and LaSalle streets. And even at a distance, they looked like promise, like the physical manifestation of the day everyone had been imagining. Music drifted from somewhere, probably one of the ship's bands tuning up. Dock workers moved with purpose, checking ropes and gangways, and the whole area had that charged feeling of an event about to begin. The Eastland was docked at the Clark Street slip, and it drew people naturally because it was right there, accessible, the first ship many encountered as they approached from the west. It was not a beautiful ship in the way that ocean liners tried to be beautiful, but it had a certain stolid presence, 250 feet long, white painted, with 3 decks, and the look of something built for practical service rather than elegance. It had been launched in 1903, built in Port Huron, Michigan, originally as a passenger steamer for routes around the Great Lakes. For 12 years it had carried crowds to picnics and excursions, fulfilling exactly the purpose it was fulfilling this morning. But the Eastland had a history that most of the people streaming toward it didn't know, or knew only in the vague way that rumours exist without quite solidifying into warnings that anyone takes seriously. The ship had always been what maritime people called tender, inclined to list, to lean to one side or another in response to how weight was distributed aboard. This wasn't unusual for passenger steamers of its era, especially ones built to maximise deck space and passenger capacity. Ships are always a negotiation with physics, a constant balancing act between what's profitable and what's safe, and the line between the two isn't always clear until something goes wrong. In 1904, just a year after its launch, the Eastland had listed severely during a trip, tipping far enough that passengers panicked and had to be redistributed across the deck to level it out. In 1906 it happened again, another alarming lean that led to investigations and recommendations. Engineers tinkered with ballast, added weight to the bottom, adjusted and readjusted, trying to find the ship's centre of stability. It got inspected, it got certified, it continued operating, because here's the thing about mechanical flaws that don't quite become disasters. They get explained away, they get fixed on paper, they become part of the ship's known character, something crews learn to manage rather than something that grounds the vessel. After the Titanic sank in 1912, maritime regulations changed. The shock of that disaster, a ship everyone had called unsinkable, sinking on its maiden voyage with massive loss of life, led to new requirements for safety equipment. Ships had to carry more lifeboats, more life rafts, more emergency gear. The Eastland, like every other passenger vessel, had to comply. So more equipment went on board, added to the upper decks, because that's where emergency equipment has to be in order to be useful. But every pound added to the top of a ship raises its centre of gravity, makes it more prone to tipping. The Eastland, already tender, became more so. The attempt to make it safer, in one way, made it more dangerous in another. And that irony, that bitter mechanical irony, would have seemed almost poetic if anyone had stopped to think it through before this particular morning. But this particular morning, nobody was thinking about engineering reports from 1906 or the physics of centre of gravity. The people streaming toward the Eastland were thinking about the picnic, about the day ahead, about getting good spots on the deck and keeping track of children, and whether the food would be as good as promised. The Eastland was just the boat, the means to the day, close enough to shore that boarding it felt less like setting out on a voyage and more like stepping from one part of the city to another. The gangways were down by 7 in the morning, and people began boarding in earnest. The crew directed traffic, trying to manage the flow, but when you're dealing with over 2,000 people, all eager to get aboard and claim their piece of the day, management becomes more of a suggestion than a real control. Families moved up the gangways in tight groups, holding hands, making sure nobody got left behind. Workers who knew each other from the factory floor clustered together, already laughing about things that wouldn't be funny tomorrow, but were hilarious now, because this was a day off, and everything felt lighter. The ship absorbed them in waves. The lower decks filled first, which made sense. People naturally move into available space, and the lower you are, the easier it is to find a spot to set down your bags and picnic baskets and claim a corner where your group can gather. But the lower decks were also darker, more enclosed, and as they filled, people kept moving upward toward the main deck where the air was fresh, and you could see the river and feel like you were actually on a boat rather than in a hull. By 7:15, the Eastland was crowded in the way that excursion boats get crowded, where personal space becomes a luxury nobody expects. The main deck was packed with people standing shoulder to shoulder, some leaning against railings, others gathered around the band that had started playing cheerful marches. Children darted between adults, playing games that made sense only to them, burning off the excitement that came from being somewhere different. The upper deck, the promenade deck, was similarly packed, offering a better view, but less room to move. And here's where physics starts to matter in ways that feel invisible until they're not. A ship floating in water is in constant conversation with that water, adjusting to every change in weight distribution, every shift in how mass is arranged, from bow to stern, port to starboard. When a ship is designed well and loaded properly, these adjustments are minor, barely noticeable. But the Eastland had never been designed well for the loads it was expected to carry, and on this morning, with more than 2,500 people aboard, most of them on the upper decks, most of them moving, shifting, gathering where the view was better or the music was louder, the ship began to respond. At first it was subtle, the kind of thing you might notice only if you were paying attention, and most people weren't paying attention to the ship itself. They were paying attention to each other, to the excitement, to the fact that the boat was about to leave and the day was about to really begin. But some people noticed a slight tilt to the deck, the way a glass of water might show a surface that wasn't quite level. Nothing alarming, just enough to make you shift your weight unconsciously, the way you do when standing on a moving train. The crew noticed too, because noticing is part of their job. The chief engineer, Joseph Eriksson, was below deck monitoring the ballast tanks, compartments in the ship's hull that could be filled with water to add weight to the bottom and counteract the tendency to list. As the ship began to tilt to port toward the dock, he opened valves to let water into the starboard tanks, adding weight to the opposite side to level things out. This was normal procedure, the kind of adjustment the Eastland required regularly. The ship responded, coming back toward level, and for a moment it seemed like everything was under control. But above deck the crowd was still moving, still shifting. People who'd been standing on the starboard side, the side away from the dock, moved toward the port side because that's where they could see the dock, could wave to people still waiting to board, could get a better view of the city they were about to leave behind. It's human nature to move toward what's interesting, and the dock was interesting. It was where the activity was, where things were happening. Nobody was thinking about weight distribution. Nobody ever does. The ship listed again, more noticeably this time. People laughed about it, made jokes, grabbed onto railings and each other. It felt like a novelty, like part of the experience of being on a boat. Ships rock, everyone knows that. This was just rocking, just the boat settling into the water with all these people aboard. Nothing to worry about, except the crew was starting to worry. Not panic, not yet, but that alert kind of concern that comes when something you're trained to monitor starts moving outside the range of normal. Eriksson was working the ballast system harder now, pumping water from port to starboard, trying to counteract the list. The ship would level slightly, then tip again. It was responding, but slowly, grudgingly, like a drunk person trying to walk a straight line and not quite managing it. On deck, the tilt was becoming harder to ignore. It was past subtle now, past the point where you could dismiss it as normal boat movement. People were walking at an angle, leaning unconsciously to stay upright. Objects were sliding, hats rolling across the deck, purses shifting, a dropped coin moving in a slow curve toward the port railing. The laughter took on a different quality, more nervous, more uncertain. Some people started suggesting they should move to the other side, trying to help balance the ship through instinct. Others started thinking maybe they should get off, that this didn't feel right, that they could catch one of the other boats. But getting off a crowded ship isn't simple. You can't just turn around and walk back down the gangway when there are hundreds of people between you and the exit. When the gangway itself is narrow, and you'd have to push against the flow of people still trying to board. And besides, the ship was supposed to leave any minute. The crew wasn't telling people to evacuate. There was no alarm, no announcement, nothing official to suggest that what everyone was feeling, this growing unease, this sense that something wasn't quite right, was actually something to act on. At 7:28 in the morning, the Eastland lurched harder to port. This wasn't a gentle lean anymore. This was the ship, committing to a direction, moving with a momentum that felt intentional, even though it was just physics, just the inevitable consequence of weight and water and a design that had always been borderline unstable. People stumbled, grabbing for support. Screams started now, not playful anymore, but frightened. The sound of people realizing that this wasn't part of the adventure. This was something wrong. The crew was shouting orders now, telling people to move to starboard, to get to the other side of the ship, trying to use human weight to counteract what was happening. Some people listened, tried to move, but on a packed deck where everyone is suddenly trying to move in different directions, where panic is starting to override order, movement becomes chaos. Bodies pressed against other bodies. Children were lifted, passed overhead toward parents. People fell, were stepped on, struggled to get back up. Below deck, in the enclosed spaces where families had settled to wait out of the sun, the list was terrifying in a different way. Down there you couldn't see what was happening. You could only feel it. The floor tilting under your feet, objects sliding, the whole world going sideways without explanation. And you could hear it. The screams from above, the sound of things breaking, the groan of metal under stress, and underneath it all, the strange silence of a crowd holding its breath, waiting to see if things would stabilize or keep getting worse. They kept getting worse. At 7:30, the Eastland rolled past the point of no return. There's a moment in every capsizing where the ship crosses from unstable to doomed, where the forces pulling it down become stronger than anything trying to keep it upright. The Eastland crossed that moment in full view of the Chicago riverfront, in calm water, tied to the dock, with the city going about its Saturday morning all around it. The ship went over on its port side with a terrible slow-motion inevitability. People on deck fell, toward the water, tumbling across the tilting surface, grabbing for railings that were now horizontal instead of vertical, trying to find anything to hold on to as the world turned 90 degrees. Some managed to jump clear, launching themselves toward the dock or into the river. Others went down with the ship, caught by the railing or the superstructure, trapped as the deck became a wall and the wall became a ceiling. The sound was enormous, the crash of a 1,050-ton ship rolling onto its side. The screaming, the splash of water displaced by the hull, the crack of wood and snap of metal. It echoed off the buildings lining the river, bounced between the warehouses and office blocks, announced itself to a city that had no idea this morning would be anything but ordinary. Inside the ship, the world ended in a different way. The lower decks, where families had gathered, where women sat with children in their laps and men stood talking about the day ahead, became death traps in the seconds it took for the ship to roll. People fell toward the port side, bodies piling against walls that became floors. Tables, chairs, equipment, everything loose became a projectile, smashing into people who had nowhere to go. Doorways and stairwells, the routes to safety, were suddenly horizontal, or upside down, or blocked by the press of bodies, all trying to get through at once. Water rushed in through portholes and doors, flooding the lower compartments with shocking speed. The river poured into spaces that had been dry and safe just moments before, and people found themselves swimming, struggling, trying to find air pockets in the dark. Some found windows, pressed their faces to the glass, screamed for help that couldn't reach them. Others were trapped deeper inside, in compartments that flooded completely, in stairwells that became vertical coffins, in corners where the water rose over their heads and kept rising. The horror of it, the particular awful horror, was that this was happening at the dock, not out on the lake where ships are expected to face danger, not in a storm where you could at least understand why something went wrong. This was in calm water, in sunshine, 20 feet from shore. Help was right there. The city was right there. People on the dock could see faces in the windows, could hear screams, could reach out and almost touch the hull. But the ship had become a sealed container, and sealed containers don't care how close help is. On the exposed starboard side, now pointing toward the sky, survivors clung to the hull or climbed onto the flat surface that had been the ship's side. They scrambled for purchase on painted metal, reached down to pull others up, formed human chains to drag people out of the water. The river around the ship was full of people swimming, treading water, calling for loved ones, trying to reach the dock or the other ships or anything solid. The dock erupted into action. Workers from the other ships, dock hands, early arriving picnic goers who hadn't yet boarded, everyone within sight of the disaster began running toward it. There was no plan, no coordination, just the immediate human response to catastrophe. Help however you can. Men threw ropes toward the capsized ship, dove into the water to grab swimmers, formed lines to pull people onto the dock. Others ran for tools, axes, hammers, anything that could break through metal or wood to get to the people trapped inside. The Theodore Roosevelt, docked nearby, became a rescue platform. Its crew lowered boats, threw lines, worked to get as many people out of the water as possible. Other ships did the same, their crews abandoning their own preparations to focus entirely on pulling survivors from the river. Police arrived, then fire crews, then just citizens, people who'd heard the noise or seen the crowd running and came to see if they could help. But for every person pulled to safety, there was the knowledge that there were more still. Inside, the ship lay on its side like a fallen building, and inside it were hundreds of people in the dark, in water that was rising or had already risen, in spaces that were becoming tombs. Rescuers on the exposed hull could hear them, voices calling through the metal, hands banging from the inside, the muffled screaming of people who knew they were running out of time. They started cutting. Axes bit into the hull, opening holes to let air in and water out and people through. It was desperate, brutal work. Swing the axe, tear away metal, reach inside, pull whoever you can find. Some of the holes opened onto pockets of air where people had managed to stay above the waterline, and those rescues felt like miracles, like stealing life back from something that had already claimed it. Other holes opened onto water, onto bodies floating face down, onto spaces where everyone was already gone. The noise of the rescue competed with the noise of the disaster itself. The screaming from inside the ship, the shouting of rescuers coordinating efforts, the sound of metal being torn apart, the splash of bodies being pulled into boats, the crying of children separated from parents, the calling of names into the chaos hoping for a response. It built into a kind of roar, a sustained terrible sound that rose from the river and spread through the surrounding streets, drawing more people, more help, more witnesses to something that was still actively happening. In the water, the scene was almost surreal. Hats floated among the debris, lunch pails bobbed in the current. Pieces of clothing drifted like strange flags. Bodies floated too, some moving, struggling, being helped towards safety. Others still, already lost, waiting to be recovered. The Chicago River, which usually carried commercial traffic and industrial runoff and the daily business of a working waterfront, was temporarily transformed into a rescue operation, every boat in range converging to pull people out. But there was a rhythm to it, a terrible rhythm where the number of people being saved was slowing down, while the number being pulled out dead was increasing. The easy rescues, the people who'd jumped clear, who'd made it to the hull, who were strong swimmers or lucky enough to grab floating debris, those were done quickly. What remained was the hard work of getting to people deeper inside the ship, in spaces that were flooded or collapsed or so tangled that reaching them meant risking getting trapped yourself. Some people made choices in those moments that would stay with them forever. Rescuers who had to decide whether to keep trying to break through to a space where the voices had gone quiet, or to move on to somewhere they could still hear life. Survivors who had to let go of someone's hand because holding on meant both of them would drown. Families who had to accept that someone they'd boarded with wasn't coming out, that searching was becoming recovery, that the waiting had turned into a different kind of waiting. On shore, the crowd grew. Word had spread through the city with the speed that tragedy always travels, faster than official announcements, faster than newspapers, carried by runners and telephone calls, and the simple fact that something this big couldn't be hidden. People came to help if they could, to search for family if they had to witness if that was all they could do. The area around the Clark Street dock became impassable, packed with bodies, with rescuers hauling equipment, with police trying to manage the scene, with families pressing forward, asking about names. And behind it all, the ship lay on its side in the river, water lapping at the exposed hull, windows below the waterline showing dark interiors where people had drowned in sight of shore. It looked wrong in the way that all capsized vessels look wrong, like something broken, like physics displayed incorrectly, like an object existing in a state it was never meant to be in. Ships belong, upright. Seeing one on its side, especially one that had been full of people just minutes ago, violated some basic expectation about how the world should work. The rescue went on for hours. Even after it was clear that anyone still inside was almost certainly dead, they kept cutting, kept searching, kept pulling bodies out, because that's what you do. You don't leave people in there. You don't give up while there's still a chance. And even after there's no chance, you keep going because families need to know, need to identify, need to have something to bury. By noon, the immediate crisis was over. Everyone who was getting out had gotten out. The count of survivors was somewhere over 600. People who'd made it off the ship by jumping, swimming, being pulled through holes in the hull, or who'd never fully boarded before the ship went over. But the count of the missing was staggering. More than 800 people unaccounted for. Some of those were dead in the river, bodies recovered and laid in rows on the dock, covered with whatever fabric could be found. Others were still inside the ship, trapped in the hull, waiting to be recovered when the water could be pumped out, and the spaces accessed safely. The Western Electric Company picnic never happened. The other 4 ships stayed docked. The bands put away their instruments. The food meant for the afternoon stayed packed. The day that was supposed to be a reward, a small gift of joy for people who worked hard and deserved a break, had turned into the deadliest disaster in Great Lakes history. More people died on the Eastland, in calm water, at the dock, in the middle of a major city, than died on the Titanic. The aftermath had its own terrible logistics. Temporary morgues were set up in buildings near the river, warehouses, the 2nd Regiment Armoury, any space large enough to hold rows of bodies. Families began the process of identification, walking past the dead, looking for faces, for clothing, for anything that would tell them whether their search was over or still continuing. Some identifications were immediate, certain. Others took longer, bodies damaged by water or by the crush of the capsizing, faces that didn't look quite right, clothing that could belong to anyone. The newspapers, which would normally be preparing their Saturday evening editions with society news and sports scores and advertisements, tore up their layouts and ran with the disaster. Extra editions hit the streets by afternoon, the headlines growing larger and more desperate as the death toll estimates rose. Reporters flooded the scene, interviewing survivors, witnesses, anyone who would talk, building narratives from the chaos, trying to make sense of what had happened and why. And that why, that question of how this could happen, began its own slow process of unfolding. The ship had been inspected just days before. It had been certified to carry 2,500 passengers. It had been deemed seaworthy, safe, appropriate for the job it was being asked to do. So how did it end up on its side in the river with hundreds of people dead inside it? The investigation started almost immediately, because investigations always start immediately after disasters like this. Federal inspectors, local authorities, maritime experts, engineers, they all descended on the scene to examine the ship, to review records, to interview crew and survivors, to figure out what went wrong. And what they found was a combination of factors, each one individually explainable, collectively damning. The Eastland had always been unstable, that was known, documented, reported, but it had always been managed, always been handled by crews who knew its tendencies and adjusted for them. Until this time, when the combination of maximum capacity, top-heavy weight from safety equipment added after the Titanic, and the natural tendency of crowds to move toward the side with the better view, all came together in a perfect storm of mechanical failure. The ballast system had been worked as designed, but the design itself was flawed for a ship with this weight distribution. The lifeboats and life rafts that had been added to meet new federal safety requirements had raised the centre of gravity just enough to make a ship that was already prone to listing even more unstable. The passengers, doing what passengers always do, moving toward the interesting side, clustering together, not thinking about how their weight affected the ship, had created a distribution that the Eastland couldn't correct for. There was blame to spread around. The ship's owners, who'd kept a vessel in service that had shown instability issues for years. The inspectors, who'd certified it as safe without fully accounting for how the new safety requirements would affect its stability. The crew, some argued, for not managing the passenger load more carefully, though others pointed out that managing 2,500 people's movements on a ship is essentially impossible. The regulations themselves, designed to prevent one disaster, had helped create another. But blame doesn't bring people back. It doesn't undo the mourning. It doesn't change the fact that families who'd woken up excited about a picnic were now planning funerals, that children who'd been promised a day of fun were dead in a river, that a simple company outing, the kind of thing that happens 1,000 times every summer without incident, had turned into mass death in the time it takes to drink a cup of coffee. The funerals went on for weeks, individual services for families who could afford them, mass funerals for those who couldn't, grave sites in cemeteries across the city, filling with fresh earth. Cicero, where the Hawthorne Works was located, was particularly devastated. Some families lost multiple members, mothers and children, entire sibling groups, couples who'd been married just months or years. Some work groups were decimated, losing half their members, creating gaps on the factory floor that would take months to fill. The survivors carried their own burdens. Many had watched family members die, had held hands that slipped away, had made it out while someone they loved didn't. The guilt of survival, the why me of making it when others didn't, settled on them like weight. Some couldn't talk about it, locked the experience away, tried to move forward by pretending it hadn't happened. Others couldn't stop talking about it, repeating their stories like prayers, like if they told it enough times they might find a different ending. Children who survived struggled with nightmares, with fear of water, with sudden panics when spaces felt too enclosed or crowded. Adults found themselves unable to board boats, unable to go near the river, unable to trust anything that floated. The psychological toll, what we'd now call trauma, but in 1915 was just called nerves or shock, rippled through families and communities, creating damage that wasn't as visible as the Bial's death toll, but was just as real. The Eastland itself stayed in the river for weeks while engineers figured out how to right it and pump it out. When they finally raised it, when they cleared out the interior and recovered the last bodies, the ship was sold for scrap. There was talk of refitting it, but no one wanted to sail on the ship where so many had died. It was eventually converted to a naval training vessel during World War I, its passenger-carrying days done. Its name changed to try to escape the association with disaster. But you can't really escape that kind of association. The Eastland disaster became part of Chicago's history, part of the city's collective memory of things that went wrong that shouldn't have happened, that revealed the gap between what we think is safe and what actually is. It got compared to the Titanic, to the Iroquois theatre fire, to other disasters where lots of people died in circumstances that seemed preventable in hindsight. And there's that word, hindsight. In hindsight, the Eastland was a disaster waiting to happen. In hindsight, the warning signs were clear. In hindsight, someone should have grounded the ship, redesigned it, done something differently. but hindsight is a luxury that only exists after things go wrong. Before that morning, the Eastland was just another ship, doing what it had done dozens of times before, carrying people to picnics and excursions and outings that ended with everyone going home safely. The lawsuits took years to work through the courts. Families sued the ship's owners, the Western Electric Company, everyone involved in operating and certifying the Eastland. The legal arguments circled around negligence, responsibility, whether anyone could have known or should have known that disaster was coming. Some cases settled, others were dismissed, a few went to trial. In the end, no one was held criminally responsible. The disaster was ruled an accident, a tragic confluence of factors that couldn't be pinned on any single person's decision, which is probably true in the narrow legal sense. But it's also the kind of truth that doesn't satisfy, that leaves people feeling like justice wasn't quite served, like someone should answer for all those deaths, and no one really did. The owners paid some settlements, regulations were tightened, ships were inspected more carefully, but the dead stayed dead, and their families were left with the knowledge that their loved ones had died in a disaster that was both preventable and somehow inevitable. The city eventually moved on, the way cities do. The newspapers stopped running daily updates. The temporary morgues closed. The families who'd been devastated either left Chicago or stayed and built new lives around the holes in their old ones. Western Electric continued operating, though they never held another company picnic on quite that scale. The river went back to its normal traffic, carrying cargo and passengers who mostly didn't know or didn't think about what had happened there. But some things stayed. Memorials were built, though not immediately. It took decades for the city to really acknowledge the disaster with permanent monuments, as if there was some collective shame or discomfort with remembering it. When memorials finally did go up, they were quiet affairs, plaques, small gardens, historical markers that told the basic facts without dwelling on the horror. Survivors groups formed, people who'd been on the ship or who'd lost family meeting regularly to remember, to support each other, to keep the story alive. As years passed and the survivors aged, these groups shrank, until eventually there was no one left who'd actually been there, who could say, "I remember," with the authority of direct experience. The story became history, which is what always happens to disasters given enough time. The immediate tragedy, the drowning children, the screaming in the dark, the bodies on the dock faded into documented fact, into dates and numbers and causes. Books were written, documentaries were made. The Eastland took its place in the catalogue of preventable disasters, filed alongside other incidents where lots of people died because of decisions made or not made, precautions taken or not taken, warnings heeded or ignored. But history, even when it's well documented, can't quite capture what it felt like to be there. To be standing on that deck as it tilted, to be below deck as the water rushed in, to be on the dock watching people drown 20 feet away and not being able to reach them. The raw sensory experience of disaster, the sounds, the smells, the way panic feels in your chest, the specific texture of fear when you realise something terrible is happening and you can't stop it, that doesn't make it into the history books. It lives only in the memories of people who were there. And when those people are gone, it's gone too. What does survive, what the Eastland leaves behind, is a kind of cautionary knowledge. The understanding that safety is always provisional, always contingent on things working the way they're supposed to work. That certification doesn't mean invulnerable. That familiar doesn't mean safe. That being close to shore, in calm water, in sight of help, doesn't protect you if the thing you're on fails in a fundamental way. There's something particularly disturbing about disasters that happen in the middle of normal life. If the Eastland had sunk in a storm, it would be a tragedy, but there would be a narrative that made sense. Ship challenges nature, nature wins, people die. That's terrible, but it fits a pattern we understand. Ships are supposed to be at risk from storms, but the Eastland didn't sink in a storm. It capsized at the dock on a beautiful morning, full of people dressed for a picnic, while the city went about its business, all around them. It failed not in the face of extraordinary circumstances, but in the face of completely ordinary ones. It was doing exactly what it was designed to do, carrying passengers on a short excursion, and it failed anyway. That's the kind of disaster that shakes confidence in a different way. Because if a ship can capsize at the dock in calm water, while doing the thing it's done successfully dozens of times before, then what else might fail? What other normal, everyday things are we trusting that maybe we shouldn't? It's the kind of question that, if you think about it too hard, makes everything feel precarious. And maybe that's the real lesson of the Eastland. Not the specific engineering failures, not the regulatory gaps, not even the death toll, as horrifying as that is. The real lesson is about the nature of risk itself, about how we live with it, how we assess it, how we decide what's safe enough to trust. Because we have to trust things. We have to board ships and trains and planes, enter buildings, use bridges, participate in the systems and structures that make modern life possible. We can't individually verify the safety of everything we interact with. We have to trust that someone else has done that verification, that the thing wouldn't be in service if it wasn't safe. That certification means something. And most of the time, that trust is justified. Most ships don't capsize. Most buildings don't collapse. Most of the time, the systems work. The regulations catch the problems. The inspections mean what they're supposed to mean. But not always. Sometimes there's a gap between what we think is safe and what actually is, and sometimes people die in that gap. The Eastland was one of those gaps. A ship that looked safe, that had been certified safe, that had successfully carried thousands of passengers before that morning. Until the morning when all the factors that had always been there, the instability, the top-heavy weight, the tendency to list combined in just the wrong way, and what had been safe became deadly in the time it takes a ship to roll onto its side. The families who lost people on the Eastland couldn't have known. They had no way to assess the ship's stability, no access to engineering reports, no expertise to evaluate whether the listing was normal or dangerous. They trusted the system, trusted that a ship wouldn't be in service if it wasn't safe, that their company wouldn't charter a vessel that might kill them, that the authorities who certified these things were doing their jobs properly. And that trust was betrayed, not by any single person's malice, or even necessarily by anyone's negligence, but by the accumulated small failures of a system that was supposed to protect them. The designers who built a ship with marginal stability, the owners who kept it in service despite repeated incidents, the inspectors who certified it without fully accounting for how modifications would affect its balance, the regulations that added safety equipment without considering how that equipment would change the ship's centre of gravity. None of these failures, individually, was enough to cause disaster. Ships with marginal stability can operate safely if they're properly managed. Safety equipment is worth adding even if it makes ships slightly less stable. Inspections can't catch everything. Regulations have to balance multiple priorities, but together, layered on top of each other, these small failures created the conditions for catastrophe. And that's often how disasters happen, not from one catastrophic failure, but from multiple small ones that combine in ways no one predicted. Systems theorists call it normal accidents, the idea that insufficiently complex systems, failures are inevitable, not because anyone did anything wrong, but because the complexity itself creates opportunities for things to go wrong in unpredictable ways. The Eastland was a normal accident in that sense. Everything about it was normal until it wasn't. Normal ship, normal passengers, normal excursion, normal morning, and then, in the space of a few minutes, normal became disaster, and more than 800 people died in a way that seemed, in retrospect, both completely predictable and entirely unexpected. The survivors, the families, the city, they all had to live with that contradiction. had to accept that what happened was both a terrible accident and something that maybe could have been prevented if different decisions had been made at different points. Had to reconcile the randomness of who lived and who died with the human need to believe that death means something, that it happens for a reason, that it's not just arbitrary physics and bad luck. Some found meaning in religion, in the idea that God had a plan even if it was incomprehensible to human minds. Others found it in activism, in pushing for better regulations, safer ships, more rigorous inspections. Still others couldn't find meaning at all, could only live with the absence where their family members used to be and try to build a life around that absence. The children who survived grew up with the Eastland as part of their story, something that happened to them when they were young that shaped how they saw the world. Some became fearful, cautious, seeing danger everywhere. Others became almost reckless, as if having survived one disaster made them immune to others. Most fell somewhere in between, carrying the memory like a scar, mostly invisible, but tender when pressed. And as they aged, as the decades passed and the disaster moved from current event to recent history to historical fact, they found themselves becoming the keepers of memory. The people who could say, "I was there," with the authority that comes from direct experience. They gave interviews, spoke at commemorations, told their stories to grandchildren who listened with the particular fascination children have for dramatic events that happened before they were born. But even their memories weren't perfect. Trauma does strange things to memory, compresses some details into sharp clarity while erasing others completely. Some survivors remembered every moment of the capsizing with vivid precision. The angle of the deck, the exact words someone said, the colour of the water. Others had gaps, spaces where their mind had simply refused to record what was happening because it was too much to process in the moment. And all memories, even traumatic ones, shift over time. Details get smoothed out, reordered, simplified into narratives that make more sense than the chaos of the actual event. It's not dishonesty, it's just how human memory works. We remember stories, not raw data, and stories have structure, cause and effect, beginnings and endings. The actual disaster had none of that, just sudden chaos, arbitrary death, and an ending that wasn't really an ending, but just a stopping point where the active disaster was over, but the consequences were just beginning. The historical record tries to pin things down more precisely. Official death toll, 844. Number of children who died, 396. Number of families that lost multiple members, dozens. Time from boarding to capsizing, less than 2 hours. Time from capsizing to the ship being completely on its side, less than 5 minutes. These numbers are certain, or as certain as anything from a century ago can be. But numbers don't capture it, not really. They're important. They give scale to the disaster, make it possible to compare it to other tragedies, provide a factual foundation for understanding what happened. But 844 deaths is such a large number that it becomes abstract. It's impossible to hold that much death in your mind at once, to fully comprehend what it means that 844 people who woke up expecting a nice day drowned in a river before lunch. What might come closer is the individual stories. The father who threw his children toward the dock before the water took him. The mother who held her baby above water until someone could grab the child, then slipped under herself. The group of co-workers who linked arms to stay together and all drowned together. The couple who'd been married 2 months. The woman who was 8 months pregnant. The child who survived but lost both parents and 3 siblings. These stories, fragments of them anyway, survive in newspaper accounts, in family histories, in the memories that got passed down. They're the kind of details that make the disaster feel real in a way that numbers can't, that transform it from historical fact into human tragedy. Because each of those 844 deaths was someone's entire world ending. Someone who had plans, dreams, people who loved them, a future they expected to have. And the randomness of it, who died and who lived, is almost unbearable to contemplate. People survived because they happened to be standing on the right part of the deck, because they could swim, because someone grabbed their hand, because they made it to a window before the water covered it. People died because they were on the wrong part of the deck, because they couldn't swim, because no one could reach them, because they were in a space that flooded too fast. There's no moral to that randomness, no lesson about who deserves to survive and who doesn't. It's just the brutal arithmetic of disaster, the way that when something goes wrong on a massive scale, individual survival comes down to factors that have nothing to do with virtue or preparedness or worthiness. The city's response in the immediate aftermath was both impressive and inadequate. Impressive in how quickly people mobilized to help, how much effort went into rescue and recovery, how the community came together to support grieving families. Inadequate because nothing could really be adequate in the face of that much death, that much sudden loss. Relief funds were established, benefits were organised. The community rallied around the survivors and the families of the dead in all the ways communities do after disasters, with money, food, time, attention. But no amount of community support changes the fact that those 844 people were dead, that children were orphaned, that parents lost children, that entire family lines ended in a river on a Saturday morning. The company, Western Electric, faced a particular kind of scrutiny. They had chartered the ships, they had encouraged workers to attend, they had created the circumstances that put all those people on that boat at that moment. How responsible were they for what happened? Legally, the courts eventually decided, not very. They had hired a licensed ship, properly certified, operating with a certified crew. How were they supposed to know it was unsafe? But morally, ethically, the question is more complicated. When you organise an event, when you encourage employees and their families to participate, do you bear some responsibility for their safety? What level of investigation are you supposed to do into the ships you charter? At what point does cost cutting or corner cutting cross from prudent business practice into negligence? These questions didn't have clear answers in 1915, and they still don't. Every company event, every organised outing, every large gathering involves risk. Usually, that risk is tiny, statistically negligible. But sometimes it's not, and the challenge is figuring out how to tell the difference between acceptable risk and disaster waiting to happen. The Eastland looked like acceptable risk. A ship that had been operating for 12 years, that had carried thousands of passengers successfully, that was certified and inspected and approved. If that's not acceptable risk, what is? But it turned out to be disaster waiting to happen, and that disconnect between what seemed safe and what was actually safe is what makes the Eastland so troubling. Because we face similar situations all the time. We board planes that have had mechanical issues in the past but have been fixed. We enter buildings that are old but are up to code. We participate in activities that carry risk but seem safe because they're common, because other people do them, because they're regulated and approved. And mostly, we're fine. Mostly, the planes land safely, the buildings don't collapse, the activities end without incident. But sometimes they don't, and when they don't, we look back and see all the warning signs that were there, all the small failures that added up, all the points where different decisions might have led to different outcomes. And we ask ourselves how we missed it, how something that seems so obvious in hindsight was invisible beforehand. The answer is usually that it wasn't invisible, it just wasn't definitive. The Eastland's stability issues were known, but they weren't necessarily fatal. Many ships had quirks and tendencies that crews managed without disaster. The question wasn't whether the Eastland had issues, but whether those issues were severe enough to ground the ship. And in 1915, the answer from everyone with the authority to make that decision was no, the issues weren't that severe, the ship was safe enough to operate. They were wrong, obviously, catastrophically wrong. But obvious is doing a lot of work there, because it was only obvious after the ship capsized. Before that, it was a judgment call, a balance between risk and utility, safety and service. And those judgment calls are hard, because you can always find reasons to be more cautious or less cautious, and you never know for certain which choice is right until something either does or doesn't go wrong. After the Eastland, regulations changed again. Ships were inspected more carefully. Stability requirements were tightened. There was a renewed focus on design fundamentals rather than just adding safety equipment. The disaster became a case study in what not to do, how not to manage risk, what happens when you trust certification over evidence. But regulations are always fighting the last battle. They get stricter after disasters, addressing the specific failures that just happened. But that doesn't necessarily prevent the next disaster, which will probably happen in a different way, from different causes, through a different chain of failures. The Eastland made ships safer in some ways, but it couldn't make them completely safe, because completely safe doesn't exist in complex systems. What it could do, what it did do, was serve as a reminder that safety is fragile, that it requires constant attention, that the gap between safe and unsafe can be smaller than we'd like to believe. And that reminder, painful as it is, might be the closest thing to a legacy the disaster has. Because the people who died on the Eastland don't have much of a legacy otherwise. They weren't famous. They didn't die doing anything heroic or historically significant. They died going to a picnic, which is about as ordinary an activity as exists. Their deaths don't mean anything in the grand sweep of history. They don't mark the end of an era, don't trigger major social changes, don't become symbols of anything except maybe the arbitrariness of tragedy. But they do remind us, if we pay attention, that ordinary life is lived against a background of risk that we mostly don't think about because we can't. Because if we thought about every possible way things could go wrong, we'd never leave our houses. And even that wouldn't keep us safe, because houses can catch fire or collapse or flood. So we trust. We board ships and enter buildings and participate in the world, trusting that the people who design and build and certify these things are doing their jobs competently, that the regulations are adequate, that the risk is being managed by people who know what they're doing. And most of the time, that trust is warranted, but sometimes it's not. And the Eastland is what happens when it's not. When the accumulated small failures of a complex system combine in just the wrong way, and people die in circumstances that seem preventable in retrospect but were apparently acceptable right up until they weren't. That's the haunting part, really. Not the specific mechanical failures of the Eastland, not the numbers, not even the individual tragedies, as painful as those are. The haunting part is how normal it all seemed right up until it wasn't. How a beautiful summer morning and an excited crowd and a ship at the dock added up to disaster without any obvious warning that it was about to happen. People boarded that ship expecting a nice day. They had no reason to think they were in danger. Nothing about the situation screamed danger. It was familiar, ordinary, certified safe. If you could go back in time and warn them, they probably wouldn't believe you, because ships don't capsize at the dock. That's not the kind of thing that happens. Except it did happen, and the fact that it seemed impossible right up until it occurred is what makes it so disturbing. Because if that could happen, if a ship could capsize at the dock in calm water in sight of shore, while doing exactly what it was designed to do, then what other impossible things might be possible? That's the question the Eastland leaves us with. Not a specific warning about ship design, or passenger capacity, or ballast systems, but a more general unsettlement about the reliability of the systems we trust. About the gap between what seems safe and what is safe, and how hard it can be to tell the difference until something goes wrong. And maybe that's useful in a grim way. Maybe that unsettlement, that awareness that safety is provisional and disaster can arrive without warning, makes us more careful, more attentive, more willing to question whether things are actually as safe as they seem. Maybe it prevents some future disaster by making us take warnings more seriously, investigate issues more thoroughly, not dismiss stability problems as quirks to be managed. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe we forget the way we always forget until the next disaster reminds us again, humans aren't good at maintaining vigilance against rare events. We're designed to respond to immediate threats, not to stay constantly alert for statistical possibilities. So we trust the systems, ride the ships, go about our lives, and mostly we're fine. Until we're not. Until we're the ones on the wrong ship on the wrong morning, when all the small failures align and the thing that seems safe reveals itself to have been dangerous all along. And then for the few minutes or hours while the disaster is actively happening, while we're trying to survive or help others survive, the abstract questions about risk and safety and system failure become viscerally, terribly real. The people on the Eastland had those few minutes. From the first noticeable list to the ship being completely on its side was maybe 20 minutes. From boarding to capsizing was under 2 hours. That's all the time they had to go from excited anticipation to terror to, for 844 of them, death. And then it was over. The ship was on its side. The people were in the water or on the hull or trapped inside, and the disaster had moved from happening to happened. The rest, the rescue, the recovery, the funerals, the investigations, the grief, all of that was aftermath. Important aftermath, necessary aftermath, but no longer the active emergency. The river kept flowing. The city kept functioning. Within days, the news cycle had moved on to other stories. Within weeks, for people who hadn't been directly affected, the Eastland was becoming a thing that had happened, past tense, fading into memory. Within months, it was a historical event, something you could read about in newspapers from July, but that didn't affect the present anymore, except it did, for the survivors and the families and the people who'd lost loved ones. For them, it never really became past tense. It remained a constant presence, a dividing line between before and after, a loss that couldn't be recovered from in the way that illness or even expected death allows for recovery, because this was so sudden, so unexpected, so preventable in hindsight that it didn't fit the normal patterns of grief. How do you grieve someone who went to a picnic and never came home? How do you process a death that came without warning, without illness, without any chance to prepare or say goodbye? How do you accept that your loved one is gone because they happen to be standing on the wrong part of a ship that should never have capsized in the first place? These aren't rhetorical questions. They're the actual questions that families faced, and the answers were individual, personal, often incomplete. Some people found ways to move forward. Others got stuck in their grief, unable to process it, unable to let go. Still others channeled it into action, activism for better safety, support for other survivors, memorials to ensure the dead weren't forgotten. But nothing brought anyone back. No amount of investigation or litigation or regulation or memorialization changed the fact that 844 people who should have come home didn't. Their absence became a permanent feature of their families' lives, a space that couldn't be filled, a loss that had to be lived with rather than overcome. And as time passed, as the immediate survivors aged and died, the absence became more abstract. Descendants, who never knew the people who died on the Eastland, carry the knowledge of the loss without the direct experience of it. They know their family tree has a gap, that there were cousins or aunts or grandparents they never met because of a ship that capsized before they were born. But it's historical for them in a way it never could be for the people who lived through it. That's the nature of historical memory. It fades, becomes less personal, turns from tragedy into fact. The Eastland is a date now, a number, a thing that happened in Chicago in 1915. For most people, it's not even that. It's a forgotten disaster, overshadowed by the Titanic, by the Iroquois theatre fire, by more recent tragedies that feel more relevant. But for a time, for those hours on July 24th, 1915, and for the days and weeks and years that followed for the people directly affected, it was the most important thing in the world. It was the thing that divided time into before and after, that changed everything. that revealed how fragile the distance is between normal life and catastrophe. And that, maybe, is what's worth remembering. Not the specific details of ballast systems and passenger capacity, not even the individual stories, as important as those are. What's worth remembering is the lesson the Eastland teaches about the nature of safety and risk and the systems we trust. That a ship can capsize at the dock, that disaster doesn't always announce itself, that the gap between safe and unsafe can be invisible until the moment it becomes catastrophic, that ordinary mornings can turn into nightmares, that familiar things can fail, that trust can be betrayed not by malice but by complexity and misjudgment and the accumulated small failures of systems that are supposed to protect us. It's not a comfortable lesson. It's the kind of knowledge that makes the world feel less stable, that undermines the everyday confidence we need to function. But it's true, and the 844 people who died on the Eastland paid for that truth with their lives. The least we can do is remember them, and remember what their deaths reveal about the world we all live in. Because we're all boarding ships, metaphorically and sometimes literally. We're all trusting systems, depending on certifications, assuming that things are safe, because they look safe, because they're supposed to be safe, because they've been safe before. And most of the time, we're right to trust. But the Eastland reminds us that most of the time isn't all of the time, that there are mornings when the ship capsizes, when the systems fail, when the thing that seemed safe reveals itself to have been dangerous all along. And when that happens, there's no appeal, no second chance, no way to rewind and make different choices. There's only the disaster and the aftermath and the knowledge that it could have been prevented if people had known then what they only learned after it was too late. That's the tragedy of the Eastland, not just that 844 people died, but that they died in a disaster that was both shocking and, in retrospect, entirely predictable. And that's the warning it leaves behind, that the next disaster is probably also predictable in retrospect. That somewhere right now, there's a system with accumulated small failures that haven't combined into catastrophe yet, but might. That there's a ship, or a building, or a process, or a design that seems safe but isn't, and nobody knows it yet because it hasn't failed yet. The Eastland teaches us to look harder, to question more, to not assume that certification means safe, or that familiar means reliable. It teaches us that safety is something we have to actively maintain, not something we can take for granted. It teaches us that the cost of complacency can be measured in lives, but it also teaches us something darker, that even when we do everything right, disasters can still happen. That perfect safety is impossible. That risk is inherent in existence, and the best we can do is manage it, reduce it, make it as small as possible, while accepting that we can't eliminate it entirely. The people who boarded the Eastland weren't reckless. They weren't ignoring warnings or taking unnecessary risks. They were just going to a picnic, trusting that the ship was safe, because everyone said it was safe, because it had been safe before, because there was no obvious reason to think otherwise. And they were wrong, and it killed them, and that's the horror of it. That you can be careful and prudent and reasonable and still end up dead because the systems you trusted failed in ways you had no way of knowing about. That's what the Eastland leaves us with. Not answers, but questions. Not reassurance, but unease. Not closure, but the open-ended awareness that disaster can arrive on a beautiful morning, dressed as an ordinary day, without warning and without mercy. The ship lies at the bottom of history now, remembered by fewer people each year, fading into the general catalogue of things that went wrong a long time ago. But the lesson remains, if we choose to learn it, that safety is fragile, that trust can be betrayed, that the distance between normal and catastrophic can be crossed in the time it takes a ship to roll onto its side. And somewhere in the city, in the cemeteries where the victims are buried, in the memorials that mark the disaster, in the family histories that carry the loss forward through generations, the Eastland endures. Not as a ship anymore, but as a reminder of what can happen when the systems we trust fail, when the small failures accumulate, when the morning that felt like a holiday becomes the morning that ended 844 lives. That's the story of the Eastland. Not just what happened, but what it means that it happened. Not just the tragedy, but the warning. Not just the deaths, but the gap between safety and danger that those deaths revealed. And the most unsettling part, the part that makes this story linger, is how easily it could happen again. Different circumstances, different failures, but the same basic pattern. Something that seems safe, that's certified safe, that's been safe before, revealing itself to be dangerous only after it's too late to do anything about it. We can't live in constant fear of that. We have to board ships and enter buildings and trust systems because that's how modern life works. But we can remember the Eastland and what it teaches us about the fragility of safety. And maybe that remembering makes us a little more careful, a little more questioning, a little less willing to assume that familiar ace means safe, and maybe that saves someone someday somehow. Maybe that's the only legacy the 844 dead can have, that their deaths remind us to look harder, to question more, to not take safety for granted. It's not much of a legacy for lives cut short, for families destroyed, for a tragedy that should never have happened. But it's something. It's the lesson written in the river, in the capsized ship, in the morning that started with joy and ended with mass death. The Eastland capsized on July 24th, 1915, 20 feet from shore, in calm water, in plain sight of the city. It took 844 people with it. And the most frightening thing about that disaster is how normal everything seemed right up until it wasn't. That's the warning. That's what we need to remember. That disaster doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it arrives as a gentle tilt in bright sunlight, so normal at first that people keep smiling, keep waving, keep believing that everything will be fine. Until it isn't. Until the ship rolls, and the water rushes in, and the thing that seemed impossible becomes inevitable. And then it's too late for warnings, too late for prevention, too late for anything except survival, if you're lucky, and death if you're not. The Eastland is at rest now, long since scrapped or forgotten, but the lesson remains, etched in the history of a city, in the memories of families, in the gap between what we think is safe and what actually is. And that lesson is simple, terrible, and true. Sometimes the ship capsizes at the dock, and there's nothing you can do but hold on and hope, and know that hope isn't always enough. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The morning arrived without ceremony, the way January mornings always did on the Great Plains in the late 1880s. Light came gradually, pulling the horizon out of darkness in shades of grey and pale blue, and with it came a mildness that felt almost like mercy. The air had lost its usual bite. The wind, when it moved at all, came in soft pulses rather than the hard, steady push that characterized deep winter. In Dakota Territory, across the Nebraska grasslands, and into the farmsteads of Minnesota, people woke to a day that felt like a reprieve, a pause in the season's relentless cold, a chance to move through chores without the constant ache of frozen fingers and wind-burned faces. The temperature hovered somewhere above freezing, which in January felt almost warm. It was the kind of morning that made a farmer linger an extra moment at the barn door, looking out over land he knew by touch as much as by sight, trying to read the day ahead in the colour of the sky and the behaviour of, the wind. It was the kind of morning that made a mother let her children leave for school in lighter coats, trusting that the walk wouldn't be hard, that the cold wouldn't turn vicious between breakfast and midday. It was the kind of morning that felt normal, and normal was a powerful thing. Normal allowed routines to settle back into place. Normal meant the mind could rest from constant vigilance. Normal meant you could stop imagining danger around every corner and simply get on with the work of living. But normal was a trick. On January 12th, 1888, normal was the trap that closed around hundreds of people across the prairie, and it would turn an ordinary Thursday into a day remembered not for what it promised, but for what it stole. The storm that arrived that afternoon would carry many names over the years. The Great Blizzard of 1888, the Schoolhouse Blizzard, but the name that stuck, the one that carried the weight of what was lost, was simpler and more terrible. The children's blizzard, because it was children, more than anyone else, who were caught in the open when the sky fell apart. Children walking to school, children walking home, children standing in doorways deciding whether to run for it or stay put. Children who believed, as children do, that adults had made the world safe enough for them to move through it without fear. The day began with chores. It always began with chores. On farms scattered across the territory, men and boys stepped out into the mild air and moved through tasks that had become second nature. Feeding livestock, breaking ice on water troughs, checking fences, hauling wood. The work was hard, but it was the kind of hard that came with rhythm, with muscle memory, with the quiet satisfaction of keeping things in order. Women and girls worked inside and out, tending to chickens, gathering eggs, preparing breakfast, laying out clothes for school, stoking fires, planning the day's meals. The rhythm of farm life was steady and predictable, shaped by season and necessity, and on a morning like this, mild, calm, almost pleasant, the rhythm felt safe. In the towns, small as they were, life moved a bit faster. Shopkeepers swept boardwalks and arranged goods in windows. Blacksmiths fired up forges. The post office opened its doors, and in every direction, children began the walk to school. Some walked alone, older students who knew the way by heart. Some walked in small groups, siblings and neighbours, bundled together for company and safety. Some were driven in wagons by parents who had errands in town, or who didn't trust even a mild January morning to stay kind. But most walked, because walking was what children did. The distances weren't short. Some children walked 2 miles, some walked 5, but the prairie was open and the landmarks were known. You followed the road or the fence line or the creek bed. You kept the sun at your back in the morning and in your face on the way home. You walked, and you arrived, and the world stayed put while you did it. The schoolhouses themselves were simple structures, most of them built from whatever materials the community could afford and transport. Wood frame, if lumber could be had, sod if it couldn't, a single room, a stove, rows of benches or desks, a chalkboard, a shelf of books. The stove was the heart of the building, a cast iron presence that required constant feeding and careful tending. The teacher, usually a young woman, often not much older than her eldest students, was responsible not just for lessons, but for survival. She kept the fire going. She rationed the wood. She watched the sky. She made decisions about when to start school and when to dismiss, when to send children home and when to keep them close. It was a heavy responsibility, and most teachers carried it quietly, the way people carried most heavy things on the prairie, without complaint, because complaining didn't change the weight. By mid-morning, schoolhouses across the region had filled with students. Recitation began, the steady rhythm of young voices repeating lessons, working through arithmetic problems, reading aloud from worn textbooks. The teachers moved between rows, correcting posture, checking slates, listening for comprehension. The stove radiated heat in uneven waves, warmest near the front, cooler toward the back, and students shifted and fidgeted in their seats, half focused on lessons and half focused on the unchanging sameness of a January school day. Outside, the sky remained pale, the wind remained light, the temperature held steady, everything felt exactly as it should. But the prairie had its own language, and those who had lived on it long enough knew how to read the small signs that most people missed. The air, even in its mildness, had a strange quality, a kind of metallic edge that didn't quite match the temperature. The wind, when it paused, seemed to hesitate before starting again, and when it returned it came from a slightly different angle, as if testing directions. Animals moved with a restlessness that had no obvious cause. Horses stamped and shifted in their stalls. Cattle bunched together in corners of fields. Dogs paced and whined. Chickens stayed close to their coops. These were not dramatic warnings, not the kind of signs that demanded immediate action, but they were there, written in the behaviour of creatures who lived closer to the weather than people did, who had no choice but to pay attention because their survival depended on it. Some farmers noticed, some looked at the sky with a flicker of unease, a sense that something wasn't quite right, even if they couldn't name what it was. Some mentioned it to their wives over breakfast, a passing comment about the air feeling off, or the animals acting funny. But it was January, and January was always unpredictable. A mild morning didn't mean much. The weather could always turn, but it could also hold. There was no way to know for certain, and work didn't wait for certainty. So they went about their business, trusting in routine, trusting in experience, trusting that if the weather did change, they would have time to react, time to get inside, time to batten down and wait it out. In the schoolhouses, teachers glanced out windows between lessons, the way teachers always did. Watching the sky was part of the job, an unspoken duty that came with being responsible for children who had to walk home at the end of the day. A teacher learned to read clouds, to judge wind speed, to estimate how much daylight remained. A teacher learned to make the call. Dismiss early if the weather looked threatening, or hold students a bit longer if it seemed safer to wait. It was a calculus of risk, and there was no formula for getting it right. You used your best judgment. You relied on experience. You hoped you were reading the signs correctly. The air continued to carry that odd bite, that metallic edge, that didn't match the mildness. Conversation seemed to carry farther than it should. Voices travelling across distances that should have swallowed them. The wind moved in strange patterns, gusting briefly, and then falling still, as if gathering itself. The sky remained pale, but the paleness had a weight to it now, a pressure that felt almost physical. It wasn't the clear, bright cold of deep winter. It wasn't the heavy grey of an ordinary storm. It was something else, something harder to name, and that made it harder to respond to. By late morning, the first real shift began. It was subtle at first, easy to miss if you weren't paying close attention. The wind picked up, not gradually but in a sudden push, as if something had given way. The temperature started to drop, and it dropped fast. Not the slow decline of a winter afternoon settling into evening, but a plunge that felt almost violent in its speed. The air seemed to change texture, to harden, to press down. The sky, which had been pale and even, began to darken from the northwest, and the darkness came quickly, rolling toward the horizon like a wave. Inside the schoolhouses, students began to notice. They shifted in their seats, distracted by the change in light, by the sound of wind rising against the walls. Teachers paused mid-lesson, turning toward windows, trying to gauge what was happening outside. The stoves continued to radiate heat, but the heat felt thinner now, as if the cold outside was already finding its way in through cracks and gaps in the walls. The atmosphere in the rooms changed from routine focus to something more alert, more uncertain. Children looked at their teachers, waiting for reassurance, waiting to be told what to do. The storm didn't arrive gradually. It arrived like a door slamming. One moment, the sky was darkening and the wind was rising. The next, the world outside disappeared into a wall of white. Snow came not in flakes, but in a solid mass, driven horizontal by wind that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Visibility collapsed to nothing. Not just poor, not just difficult, but gone. The prairie, with all its familiar landmarks, its fences and trees and roads, vanished as if it had never existed. The roar of the wind became constant and overwhelming, a sound so loud it was almost physical, pressing against the walls of the schoolhouses, drowning out voices, making it impossible to think clearly. Teachers stood frozen for a moment, trying to process what they were seeing. This wasn't an ordinary blizzard. This wasn't even an ordinary winter storm. This was something else entirely. Something that had arrived so fast there had been no time to prepare, no time to warn parents, no time to make a plan. The temperature continued to drop, falling so quickly that ice began to form on the inside of windows. The wind howled and shrieked, finding every gap in the walls, every loose board, every crack around the door. The stove, which had seemed more than adequate minutes earlier, now felt pitifully small against the cold that was pressing in from all sides. Inside one schoolhouse, in Dakota Territory, a young teacher named Mary stood at the window, her hand pressed against the cold glass, trying to see anything beyond the white chaos outside. She had been teaching for 2 years, long enough to feel confident in her ability to manage a classroom, but not long enough to have experienced anything like this. She had dismissed students early before, sent them home when the sky looked threatening. She had kept them late before, waiting out a squall that passed quickly. But this was different. This was a storm that had come out of nowhere, that had turned a normal day into something unrecognisable in a matter of minutes. She turned back to her students, 15 children ranging in age from 6 to 14, all watching her with varying degrees of fear and confusion. The older students understood that something was very wrong. The younger ones simply sensed the tension in the room and responded to it, their faces pale and uncertain. Mary forced herself to speak calmly, to project a confidence she didn't feel. "Everyone stay in your seats," she said, her voice steady. "We're going to wait here until the storm passes." It seemed like the only reasonable choice. Outside was chaos. Inside was shelter, warmth, relative safety. The stove was still burning. They had wood, not an unlimited supply, but enough for the rest of the day, surely. The building was sturdy. It had weathered storms before. They would wait, and the storm would pass, and then they would figure out what to do next. But even as she spoke the words, doubt crept in. Parents were expecting their children home at the usual time. Parents would worry. Parents might come looking, might try to make the journey from farm to schoolhouse in this white nightmare, might get lost themselves. And what if the storm didn't pass quickly? What if it lasted through the afternoon, into the evening, into the night? What if the wood ran out? What if the cold found its way in faster than the stove could push it back? Mary pushed the thoughts away and focused on keeping the children calm. She had them gather closer to the stove, bringing their benches and chairs into a tighter circle. She assigned the older students tasks: tend the fire, watch the wood supply, keep the younger children occupied. She tried to continue lessons, to maintain some sense of normalcy, but it was impossible to concentrate with the wind screaming against the walls and the temperature dropping by the minute. In another schoolhouse 20 miles away, a teacher made a different choice. He saw the storm coming, saw the sky darken and the wind rise, and he made a split-second decision to dismiss early, to send the children home before the worst of it hit. He genuinely believed he was doing the right thing, that he was giving the students a chance to reach their homes before conditions became impossible. He told them to hurry, to stay together, to follow the road. He watched them leave, a line of small figures bundled in coats and scarves, moving quickly toward the horizon. And then the white wall hit, and the children disappeared into it, and the teacher stood in the doorway of the empty schoolhouse with a horror dawning in his chest. The realization that he had just sent them into something they couldn't survive. The children who stepped outside into the storm entered a world that immediately removed every reference point they had ever relied on. The wind hit like a physical force, hard enough to stagger them, hard enough to steal breath from their lungs. Snow came at them horizontally, stinging exposed skin, filling eyes and mouths, coating clothes in seconds. The cold was instant and absolute, a cold that went through fabric like it wasn't there, that turned fingers numb and made faces ache, and the white, the overwhelming, disorienting white, erased everything. There was no sky, no ground, no horizon. There was only white and wind and the terrible realization that they had no idea which way to go. Some children tried to turn back immediately, tried to find the schoolhouse they had just left, but it was already gone. swallowed by the storm. They shouted for each other, trying to stay together, but the wind tore their voices away. Before the words could travel more than a few feet, they reached out, trying to hold hands, trying to form a chain, but mittened hands slipped apart and bodies stumbled, and the group began to fragment almost immediately. The teacher who had dismissed them stood frozen in the doorway, watching the spot where they had disappeared, unable to see them, unable to hear them, unable to do anything but understand with sick certainty that he had made a terrible mistake. He couldn't go after them. He would be lost as quickly as they were. And then there would be no one to mark where they had gone, no one to tell rescuers where to search. He could only close the door against the wind and the cold and the white, and pray that somehow, impossibly, the children would find their way. On farms across the region, parents stood at windows and watched the world disappear. Men who had been working in fields or barns struggled back to their houses, using fence lines as guides, moving hand over hand along wood and wire because there was no other way to navigate. Some made it, some didn't. Some got turned around in the white and walked in circles until they collapsed. Some found shelter in haystacks or animal sheds and huddled there, knowing their families would be frantic, but knowing also that moving was suicide. Parents with children at school faced an impossible choice that mirrored the one the teachers faced. Do you go out into the storm to try to find them? Do you trust that the teacher has kept them safe at the schoolhouse? Do you wait, hoping they'll make it home on their own? Every option felt wrong. Every option carried the risk of death for the children, for the parents, for everyone. Some parents couldn't bear to wait. They bundled themselves in every layer they owned, tied ropes around their waists, and stepped out into the white. The plan was simple. Follow the road to the schoolhouse, find the children, bring them home. But the road disappeared within seconds. The rope became a lifeline to the house, and some parents made it back by following it hand over hand, defeated by the impossibility of navigating blind. Others kept going, driven by desperation, by the image of their children, alone and frightened, and they stumbled forward into nothing, calling names that were swallowed by the wind, searching for landmarks that no longer existed. In the schoolhouse where Mary had kept her students inside, the temperature continued to drop despite the stove's best efforts. The children huddled closer together, the younger ones crying softly, the older ones trying to be brave. Mary rationed the wood carefully, feeding the fire just enough to keep it going, but trying to make the supply last as long as possible. She had no way of knowing how long the storm would continue. She had no way of communicating with anyone outside. She could only keep the children as warm as possible and hope that rescue would come, or that the storm would pass before their resources ran out. The wind pressed against the building with terrifying force, finding every weakness in the structure. Snow sifted in through cracks around the windows and door, forming small drifts inside the schoolhouse. The children's breath created clouds of vapour that hung in the air and then froze, creating a thin layer of ice on the walls. Mary tried to keep everyone calm, tried to keep them focused on something other than the cold and the fear, but it was hard to focus on anything except survival. Outside, the prairie had become a killing field. The storm didn't discriminate. It took farmers who had stepped out to check on livestock and never made it back to the house. It took travellers caught between towns with no shelter in reach. It took children who had tried to walk home from school and lost their way within yards of safety. The cold was so extreme that exposed skin froze in minutes. The wind was so strong that it pushed people off their feet, sent them tumbling across the prairie, disoriented and helpless. The white was so complete that people lost all sense of up and down, of forward and back, of where they had come from and where they were trying to go. Some found shelter by accident, stumbling into a barn or a shed or a haystack and burrowing in, using animal heat or packed straw for insulation. Some survived by making quick, desperate decisions, killing a cow and sheltering inside the carcass, or digging into a snowdrift and creating a small cave. Some survived by sheer luck, by wandering in circles until they happened to cross a fence line or a building or another person who grabbed them and pulled them to safety. And some didn't survive at all. In towns, rescue efforts began almost immediately, but they were chaotic and dangerous. Men tied themselves together with rope, creating human chains that could move a short distance into the storm and then pull back to safety. Lanterns were lit and held high, creating small islands of light that might guide someone home. Bells were rung, steady and constant, hoping the sound would carry through the wind and give people a direction to follow, but the storm was too strong, too wild, too all-consuming. Rescuers themselves became lost. Ropes broke or came untied. Lanterns were extinguished by the wind. Bells could barely be heard 10 feet away. The storm raged through the afternoon and into the evening, showing no signs of weakening. The temperature continued to fall, dropping to levels that made survival outdoors almost impossible. People who had been caught in the open and were still alive faced a cruel calculus. Keep moving and risk exhaustion and disorientation, or stop moving and freeze. There was no good answer. Movement meant burning energy, burning warmth, but it also meant possibly finding shelter. Stopping meant conserving energy, but it also meant the cold would win faster. In the schoolhouse, Mary made the wood last as long as she could, but eventually it ran low and then it ran out. The fire died to embers and then the embers went dark, and the cold that had been pressing at the edges of the room began to seep inward with terrifying speed. The children huddled together in the centre of the room, piling their coats and scarves into a single mass, trying to share body heat. Mary pulled them as close as possible, using her own body as a windbreak, trying to keep the youngest ones from slipping into the dangerous sleepiness that came with severe cold. She talked to them constantly, asking questions, making them respond, keeping them engaged. She knew that if they fell asleep, they might not wake up. She knew that the only thing standing between them and freezing to death was their ability to stay alert, stay together, stay warm enough to keep their core temperatures from dropping too low. She sang songs. She told stories. She made them move their fingers and toes, made them stamp their feet, made them do anything to keep blood flowing. Outside, the storm began to shift. The wind, which had been blowing from the northwest in a constant, overwhelming roar, started to ease slightly. The temperature, which had been falling steadily, seemed to stabilise. The snow, which had been coming down in solid walls, began to thin just enough that visibility improved from nothing to almost nothing. These were small changes, barely noticeable, but to people who had been trapped in the storm for hours, they felt like a reprieve. Rescue efforts intensified. Men who had been waiting for any break in the weather ventured out again, this time able to see a few feet ahead instead of nothing at all. They called out names, listening for responses. They followed roads and fence lines, checking barns and sheds, and any structure that might have provided shelter. They found people huddled in haystacks, people collapsed in snowdrifts, people who had made it within sight of safety but couldn't take the last few steps. Some were alive, some were not. At the schoolhouse, Mary heard voices outside, faint and distant, but unmistakable. She screamed for help, her voice raw and desperate, and the children joined her, a chorus of the small voices crying out into the darkness. The rescuers heard them and followed the sound, pushing through snow that had drifted several feet deep around the building. They forced the door open and found Mary and the children huddled together in the centre of the room, cold and frightened but alive. The rescuers wrapped the children in blankets and coats, carrying the smallest ones and supporting the others as they made the slow, careful journey back to town. The storm was still blowing, but it had lost some of its fury, and visibility had improved just enough that the men could navigate by familiar landmarks. A barn here, a fence post there, the outline of a building against the slightly lighter sky. Not every schoolhouse was so fortunate. In the building where the teacher had dismissed students early, rescuers found the teacher alone, half frozen and nearly incoherent with guilt and grief. He told them where the children had gone, or tried to. He could barely speak, his words coming out in broken fragments. The rescuers went out searching, following the road the children would have taken, calling their names into the wind. They found some of them together, huddled in a group where they had collapsed, holding on to each other even as the cold took them. They found others scattered across the prairie, alone, having wandered off course in the white, and never found their way back. They found one girl less than 100 yards from her family's farm, so close to safety that if the storm had lifted for just a moment, she might have seen the lights in the windows and made it home. The storm finally began to break near midnight, the wind falling away to nothing, the snow tapering off, the clouds thinning to reveal stars that seemed impossibly bright and cold. The prairie emerged from the white slowly, taking shape in shades of grey and then pale blue as the moon rose. The calm that followed was absolute and eerie, so complete that it felt wrong after hours of constant noise. The silence pressed down like a weight, and in that silence, communities began the grim work of accounting for their people. Families gathered in homes and churches and town halls, taking stock of who had made it back and who hadn't. Lists were made, search parties were organised, men went out on horseback and on foot, checking every farm, every schoolhouse, every place where someone might have taken shelter. They found people alive in the most unlikely places, a child who had survived by burrowing into a snowdrift, a farmer who had cut open his coat and wrapped it around a calf to keep them both warm, a woman who had walked in circles for hours before stumbling onto her own front porch by sheer luck. But they also found people who hadn't made it. Bodies were discovered in fields and along roads, some of them frozen in positions that suggested they had died while still trying to move forward, still trying to reach safety. Families were found together, parents and children who had been caught in the open and had huddled together for warmth, holding each other as the cold took them. The sheer number of deaths became clear slowly as reports came in from across the region, and the scale of the tragedy began to settle into the collective consciousness. In the days that followed, as the full extent of the disaster became known, the number climbed. Over 200 people dead, most of them children. Children who had been in school that morning, who had eaten breakfast and kissed their parents goodbye and walked out into a day that felt safe. Children who had trusted that adults would keep them safe. That the world was a place where you could go to school and come home, and nothing terrible would happen in between. The grief was overwhelming, but it was also complicated by anger and guilt, and the terrible weight of decisions that had seemed reasonable at the time, but had turned out to be fatal. Teachers tortured themselves with what-ifs. What if they had dismissed early? What if they had kept the children inside? What if they had read the signs differently, made a different choice, done something, anything other than what they did? Parents lived with the same torment. What if they had kept their children home that day? What if they had gone to get them when the storm started? What if they had tied a rope from the house to the barn, from the barn to the road, given their children a lifeline to follow? But the storm had been fast and fierce and unforgiving, and the truth was that no one could have predicted how quickly it would arrive, or how deadly it would become. The morning had felt safe. The day had felt normal, and normal had become a trap because it had made people believe they had time, had made them think they could trust their routines, their experience, their knowledge of the prairie and its weather. The funerals came in waves, small communities gathering to bury their dead in ground that had frozen so hard it had to be broken with picks and axes. The grief was raw and communal, shared across families and towns and counties. Everyone knew someone who had been lost. Everyone had a story of survival or near miss or terrible luck. The prairie, which had always been harsh and unforgiving, took on a different quality in the aftermath. Not malicious exactly, but unknowable, capable of turning deadly without warning, without mercy. In the months and years that followed, things changed. Not everything, and not quickly, but enough that the children's blizzard became a turning point in how people thought about winter and weather and safety. Schools developed protocols for severe weather, rules about when to dismiss and when to shelter in place. Communities built networks of communication, ways to warn each other when storms were approaching. Families kept emergency supplies, food, blankets, fuel, in barns and sheds and schoolhouses, just in case. The idea of routine became something people questioned when the sky looked unsettled, when the wind behaved strangely, when the air had that odd metallic edge that didn't quite match the temperature. The prairie itself became less isolating as telegraph lines spread and towns grew, and the distances between people shrank just enough that help could arrive faster. But the memory of the storm remained, passed down through families and communities, a story told and retold until it became part of the collective. Understanding of what the prairie was capable of, what winter could do, how quickly safety could disappear. The children who survived carried the memory differently. For some, it faded into the general landscape of childhood, one scary day among many. For others, it stayed sharp and immediate, a trauma that shaped how they moved through the world for the rest of their lives. They remembered the cold and the white and the wind. They remembered the terror of being lost, of not knowing which way to go, of feeling small and helpless against something so much larger than themselves. They remembered the faces of friends who didn't make it, the empty seats in schoolhouses that stayed empty, the families that were broken by loss and never fully healed. And they remembered, too, the moments of kindness and courage that had emerged in the storm's aftermath, the neighbours who had risked their lives to search for the missing, the families who had taken in children who couldn't get home, the communities that had come together to grieve and to help each other rebuild. The storm had shown what people were capable of in their worst moments, but it had also shown what they were capable of in their best, and that was something worth holding on to. The weather itself became something people watched more carefully, with a new respect for how fast conditions could change, and how little warning nature sometimes gave. Farmers learned to trust their instincts when the air felt wrong, when animals behaved strangely, when the sky had that particular quality that suggested something was building beyond the horizon. Teachers became more cautious about dismissal times, more willing to keep children inside when there was any doubt at all about what the weather might do. Parents stopped taking mild January mornings for granted, stopped assuming that normal meant safe. The story of the blizzard spread beyond the prairie, carried by newspapers and letters and word of mouth. It became one of those events that defined a place and a time, a reference point for understanding what life had been like on the frontier, how hard and dangerous and uncertain. It joined the collective memory of American disasters, alongside fires and floods and storms, a reminder that nature was powerful and indifferent, and that survival often came down to luck as much as preparation or skill. But for the communities that lived through it, the children's blizzard was never just a story or a historical event. It was personal and immediate, woven into the fabric of daily life. It was the reason you always kept extra wood by the stove, the reason you never let children walk to school alone on a day when the weather felt uncertain, the reason you tied a rope between the house and the barn so you could find your way back in a whiteout. It was the reason you taught your children to read the sky, to trust their instincts, to understand that the prairie was beautiful and harsh in equal measure, and that respecting it was the price of living on it. The schoolhouses themselves became different places after the storm. They were still centres of learning and community, still the heart of small towns and rural districts, but they were also understood as shelters, as places of refuge in bad weather. Teachers kept supplies on hand, blankets, food, fuel, just in case. Parents made sure their children knew what to do if a storm came up while they were at school, whether to stay put or to try to make it home depending on the conditions. The buildings were reinforced, made more weathertight, given better stoves and more secure doors and windows. The idea that a schoolhouse should be a safe place took on a new urgency, a new weight, Years passed. The children who survived the blizzard grew up, had families of their own, told their own children and grandchildren about the day the world turned white and the wind tried to carry them away. The prairie changed around them. Towns grew, roads improved, communication networks spread, forecasting became more sophisticated. The kinds of tragedies that had been common in the 1880s became rarer, though never impossible. Winter storms still came, still killed, still caught people unprepared, but the worst of the frontier isolation faded as the 20th century took hold. The memory of the children's blizzard, though, never fully faded. It remained in the collective consciousness of the region, a ghost story that was all the more powerful because it was true. It was invoked whenever winter weather turned dangerous, whenever someone made a risky decision about travelling in a storm, whenever parents worried about children who weren't home yet and the sky looked threatening. It became shorthand for the worst that could happen, for the speed with which safety could disappear, for the terrible randomness of survival and death. Historians and meteorologists studied the storm, trying to understand what had made it so deadly. What combination of factors had come together to create such extreme conditions? They mapped the path of the cold front, tracked the temperature drop, analysed the wind patterns. They interviewed survivors, collected accounts, pieced together a timeline of when the storm hit different areas and how people responded. The data showed what people who lived through it already knew. The storm had been unusually fast and unusually severe, a perfect combination of cold and wind and snow that had created near impossible survival conditions for anyone caught in the open. The accounts from survivors painted a picture of chaos and terror, but also of resilience and luck, and the small decisions that had meant the difference between life and death. A child who had stopped to tie her shoe and fallen behind her group, only to stumble onto a barn, while the others kept walking into the white and were lost. A farmer who had stayed in the field 5 minutes longer than he should have, trying to finish a task only to find that those 5 minutes had been the difference between making it home and dying within sight of his own house. A teacher who had kept her students inside not because she was wise, but because she was cautious, and that caution had saved 15 lives. The randomness of it was hard to accept, the way some people had made what seemed like good decisions and died anyway, while others had made questionable choices and survived. It suggested that there was less control, less predictability, less safety than people wanted to believe. It suggested that the world was more dangerous and more arbitrary than was comfortable to acknowledge, and that was a hard truth to live with. But people did live with it, because they had no choice. The prairie didn't become less harsh after the blizzard. Winter didn't become more predictable. The weather continued to do what it had always done, which was to change without warning and without regard for human plans or needs. What changed was how people approached it, the level of caution they brought to decisions about travel and work, and whether to send children to school on days when the sky looked uncertain. The children's blizzard became a lesson, the kind that was paid for in lives and grief, but that taught something essential about respect for nature and the limits of human control. It taught that normal was not the same as safe, that mild weather could turn deadly in minutes, that the prairie gave no warnings beyond what you were skilled enough to read in the behaviour of the air and the animals. It taught that survival often came down to small margins, a few minutes, a few yards, a decision made quickly under pressure, and that those margins were worth respecting, worth planning for, worth taking seriously. The storm also taught something about community and shared responsibility. In the aftermath, communities had come together to search for the missing, to care for the survivors, to bury the dead. Neighbours who barely knew each other had risked their lives to help, had opened their homes to strangers, had shared resources in a time of scarcity. The disaster had shown the best of human nature alongside the worst of natural fury, and that was something worth remembering too. As the years turned into decades, the first-hand memories of the blizzard began to fade. The children who had survived grew old and passed away. The parents who had lost children died carrying their grief. The teachers who had made impossible choices lived with their guilt until they couldn't anymore. The prairie itself changed, became less isolated, less dependent on individual farms and one-room schoolhouses, less vulnerable to the kind of tragedy that had unfolded on January 12, 1888. But the story persisted, kept alive by historians and meteorologists, by descendants of survivors, by communities that still mark the anniversary, by the simple fact that it had been so terrible and so tragic that it couldn't be forgotten. It became part of the region's identity, part of how people understood where they came from and what their ancestors had endured. It became a touchstone for discussions about weather and safety, about the importance of preparation and caution, about the fine line between courage and foolishness when it came to challenging nature. The children's blizzard remained a story that mattered because it was about more than just weather. It was about vulnerability and responsibility, about the weight of decisions made under uncertainty, about the randomness of who lives and who dies when disaster strikes. It was about children who were supposed to be protected and cared for, who were supposed to be safe in the routines and structures that adults created for them, but who turned out to be just as vulnerable as everyone else when the prairie showed its teeth. It was about the trap of normalcy, the way a mild morning could lull people into complacency, could make them believe that today would be like yesterday and tomorrow would be like today, that the world was predictable and manageable and safe. It was about how fast that belief could be shattered, how quickly safe could become deadly, how little time there was between normal and catastrophe when the weather turned. And it was about memory, about how communities hold onto their tragedies, how they turn pain into lessons, how they honour the dead by trying to prevent the same thing from happening again. The children's blizzard was remembered not just as a historical event, but as a moral imperative. Pay attention, stay prepared, respect the weather, take care of each other, and never assume that a day that begins gently will end the same way. The prairie still stretches wide and open, still experiences brutal winters, still sees storms that come fast and fierce and dangerous. But the people who live there now have the benefit of history, of forecasting, of communication networks and emergency protocols. They have the stories passed down from those who survived the children's blizzard, the warnings embedded in family lore and community memory. They know, in a way that people in 1888 learned too late, that the most dangerous days are sometimes the ones that begin almost warm, because the mind, believing in normal, is slow to believe in sudden winter. The lesson written into weather memory is simple, but hard won. Trust the signs, prepare for the worst, and never let a mild morning make you forget how fast the prairie can turn against you. It's a lesson paid for in children's lives, in grief that never fully healed, in empty seats and broken families and communities that had to rebuild not just their homes, but their sense of safety in the world. The children's blizzard of 1888 remains, more than a century later, a reminder of what nature is capable of and what humans must do to survive in the face of it. It's a ghost that haunts the prairie winters, a story told when the wind rises and the sky darkens and someone asks whether it's safe to go outside. It's the reason you hesitate, the reason you check the forecast one more time, the reason you keep your children home when something about the day feels off, even if you can't quite say what. It's the price of living in a place where beauty and danger exist side by side, where the same landscape that provides home and livelihood can turn deadly without warning. And it's a testament to the resilience of the people who stayed, who rebuilt, who chose to keep living on the prairie, despite knowing what it could do, because it was their home, and they loved it, even as they feared it. The storm came and went in a matter of hours, but its shadow stretched across generations, a dark line dividing before from after, normal from catastrophe, safety from terror. Those who lived through it never forgot the white, and the wind and the cold. Those who came after inherited the memory carried it forward, used it to make better decisions and build safer communities and teach their children to read the sky. And on certain January days, when the morning feels mild and the air has that odd metallic edge, when the wind pauses and starts again from a different direction, when animals seem restless for no obvious reason, on those days the memory of the children's blizzard still whispers its warning across the prairie. Pay attention. Stay close. Don't trust the calm. Because winter, when it comes fast. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Chicago, in December of 1903, carried the particular quality of a city that believed in itself. The streets held that clean, bone-deep cold that makes breath visible and footsteps crisp, and the buildings rose with the confident geometry of a place that had rebuilt itself from ash and intended to stay standing. The holiday season brought a softness to the commercial districts, where shop windows glowed and people moved with purpose, but without the grinding urgency of high summer. There was time in those final days of the year to take an afternoon and step away from the world's demands. A matinee performance offered exactly that, a few hours in a warm room where someone else would provide the entertainment, where you could sit among strangers and share in something pleasant without needing to speak or explain yourself. The Iroquois Theatre stood on Randolph Street, and it carried itself with a certain pride. Opened only weeks earlier, it represented the newest thinking in theatre. Design, ornate but modern, decorated but practical, and above all, safe. The word fireproof appeared in its promotional materials with the confidence of a promise that seemed reasonable to make. After all, the building used steel and marble, materials that did not burn. The stage curtain was advertised as asbestos, a substance known for its resistance to flame. The theatre's owners spoke of multiple exits, of systems designed with the patron's safety in mind, of a structure that had learned from the mistakes of earlier, less sophisticated times. On the afternoon of December 30th, families and couples and groups of friends made their way through the cold to the theatre's entrance. The performance was Mr. Bluebeard, a musical comedy that promised spectacle and lightness. The kind of production where elaborate costumes and cheerful songs carried the audience through a story that required no particular effort to follow. It was a holiday show designed to fill seats and send people home smiling. The matinee drew especially well. Mothers with children, relatives visiting for the season, people who wanted the entertainment without the late evening. The theatre filled steadily, bodies warming the space, voices creating that particular hum of an audience settling in. Inside, the building presented itself as a place of civilized comfort. The lobbies featured decorative plasterwork and polished surfaces. The seating areas rose in tiers, balconies stacked to allow good sightlines from nearly anywhere. Electric lights created a modern glow, replacing the older gas fixtures that had once been standard. Velvet covered the seats, and the air held that mingled scent of perfume, wool coats, and the faint mustiness of new upholstery. Ushers moved through the rows, guiding patrons to their seats, ensuring the flow remained orderly. Programs rustled, children squirmed with anticipation. Adults exchanged quiet comments about the theatre's grandness, about the weather, outside, about plans for New Year's Eve in just over a day's time. The sense of safety in such a space came from multiple sources. There was the building's newness, the assumption that modern construction carried protections older theatres lacked. There was the crowd itself. So many people. Surely someone official had ensured this gathering could occur without risk. There was the social contract of public entertainment, the unspoken expectation that when you bought a ticket and took a seat, you had entered a managed environment where the risks had been calculated and controlled. The theatre existed to provide pleasure, not danger. It was a room built for applause and laughter, for temporary escape from the ordinary world. But safety, particularly in that era, often existed more as language, than as tested reality. The word fireproof suggested absolute protection, but materials could resist flame without being immune to heat, smoke, or structural failure. A building might be made of steel and still contain flammable elements: curtains, scenery, costumes, wooden fixtures. Exits might exist on paper, but remain unfamiliar to patrons who had visited only once or twice. Staff might know the building's layout, but have no training in emergency procedures, no practiced responses for when normality collapsed. Safety codes were evolving, but slowly, and enforcement varied widely. Inspections could be cursory, promises could be sincere, but incomplete. The Iroquois theatre, for all its modernity, carried the same vulnerabilities that plagued many public spaces of the time. The stage curtain, advertised as asbestos, contained only partial asbestos weaving and would not function as a complete firebreak. The exit doors, though numerous, were not all clearly marked, and some were designed to open inward, a configuration that worked smoothly when a few people trickled out but became catastrophic when a crowd pressed forward. The backstage area, like most theatres, was a dense accumulation of flammable materials, painted canvas scenery, wooden frameworks, ropes and fabric, all crammed together in the service of creating illusion. The building's ventilation systems, designed to circulate air during normal operation, could just as easily circulate smoke. None of this was visible to the audience settling into their seats that December afternoon. They saw what they were meant to see: elegance, modernity, warmth, and the promise of a pleasant show. The theatre existed in two worlds simultaneously: the front-of-house world of decoration and comfort, and the backstage world of practical machinery, where the hard work of creating entertainment occurred out of sight. These two worlds rarely intersected in the patron's experience. The curtain line served as both a physical and psychological boundary, dividing the space where illusion was consumed from the space where it was manufactured. The performance began as scheduled, the orchestra playing, the curtain rising, the actors moving through their choreographed routines. The story unfolded with the expected rhythm of musical comedy: songs, dances, costume changes, jokes that landed with varying success. The audience responded appropriately, with laughter and applause, with the quiet attention that comes when a show is engaging enough to hold interest, but not so demanding as to require intense focus. Children watched with wide eyes, adults relaxed into the comfortable repetition of theatrical convention. The room settled into performance mode, where time softens and the outside world recedes. Backstage, the work continued in its own rhythm. Stagehands moved scenery, adjusting flats and props with practiced efficiency. Lighting operators managed the carbon arc lamps that provided the bright illumination necessary for stage effects. Actors waited in the wings for their cues. Costume assistants stood ready for quick changes, and the whole apparatus of production moved forward with the coordinated complexity of any large-scale operation. The backstage area was crowded. Too many people in too little space, all focused on the immediate demands of keeping the show running smoothly. The fire began, as many fires do, with something small. The exact origin would later be debated, whether it started from a spark from an arc lamp catching onto nearby fabric, whether it was a hot wire touching combustible material, whether it was simple friction in the wrong place at the wrong moment. The specific cause mattered less than the conditions that allowed it to spread. Backstage was an environment rich in fuel: painted canvas, wood shavings, rope, fabric, and the layers of accumulated dust that settle in any busy workspace. The materials were dry, the space was confined, and most critically, there was no immediate, decisive response. At first, the fire announced itself only to those working backstage. A smell, unusual, but not yet alarming. A flicker of light where light should not be. A slight increase in heat. The human response to such ambiguous signals is rarely immediate action. Instead, there is investigation, hesitation, the mental process of trying to determine whether this is a problem or simply something out of place. Stagehands notice something wrong, but something wrong exists on a spectrum from trivial to catastrophic, and the early moments of a disaster often look more like the former than the latter. The fire found what fires need most: continuity of fuel. It moved from one surface to another, growing with each new material it encountered. The painted canvas scenery, treated with flammable oils, caught quickly. The wooden frameworks that held the scenery in place provided structure and additional fuel. The ropes and curtains offered vertical pathways, allowing the fire to climb. In a theatre, the stage area functions like a chimney, with open vertical space that encourages upward drafts. The fire rose, gaining heat and speed, its smoke beginning to accumulate in the upper rigging. For the audience, the first sign of trouble came not as a dramatic announcement, but as a subtle wrongness, a smell that did not belong in a theatre during a performance. Sharp, chemical, disturbing. Some people noticed it immediately and felt a prickle of unease. Others, absorbed in the show, registered it only subconsciously. The human brain is skilled at filtering out irrelevant stimuli, and in a crowded theatre during a performance, there are many competing sensory inputs. A strange smell competes with music, dialogue, visual spectacle, and the general atmosphere of entertainment. Then came the visual confirmation, smoke appearing above the stage, thin at first, then thickening. The audience's reaction moved through predictable phases. First, curiosity. What is that? Then rationalization. Perhaps it's part of the show, a special effect, something intentional. Then uncertainty. No, that doesn't seem right. And finally recognition, something is wrong, genuinely wrong, and we may need to do something about it. The performers on stage faced an impossible situation. They could see the smoke, could sense the disruption, but they also knew that maintaining calm in a crowded theatre was essential. Panic could kill as surely as fire. Some performers continued their routines, hoping that the problem would be quickly contained, that acknowledging it would create unnecessary alarm. Others faltered, their performances becoming visibly strained as they tried to reconcile the growing evidence of danger with the need to maintain normalcy. Behind the stage curtain, the fire was no longer a small problem subject to debate. It had become a visible, spreading threat, consuming scenery and climbing toward the rigging. Stagehands attempted to fight it with the tools available, trying to beat out flames, attempting to use fire-extinguishing equipment that was either insufficient or unfamiliar. The response was brave but disorganized, lacking the coordination that comes from practiced emergency procedures. In the absence of clear protocol, people improvised, and improvisation in a rapidly developing crisis is rarely effective. The stage manager faced a decision: lower the asbestos curtain, the safety barrier designed to separate the stage from the audience, or keep it raised to avoid creating panic. The curtain, if functioning as advertised, could contain a backstage fire and protect the audience, allowing for calm evacuation, but lowering it would make the danger visible, would transform what some audience members still hoped was a minor technical problem into an acknowledged emergency. The decision was made to lower the curtain, and here the building's promises began to fail in specific material ways. The asbestos curtain descended part way, then jammed. The mechanism, insufficiently maintained or improperly designed, could not complete its function. The curtain hung part way down, creating neither a complete barrier nor a clear opening. It became instead a visible symbol of failure, a safety feature that could not perform when needed. And worse, the gap it left allowed smoke and flame to reach the auditorium, breaching the psychological boundary between backstage danger and audience safety. The moment the smoke entered the auditorium in visible quantities, the audience's collective understanding shifted. This was not part of the show. This was not a minor technical problem. This was a fire, a real fire in a crowded building, and they needed to leave. The shift from watching a performance to escaping danger happened in seconds, but those seconds were not uniform across the audience. People closer to the stage recognized the threat first. Those in the upper balconies where smoke rises felt the change in air quality more immediately. Those in the back rows farther from the stage had a few extra moments of uncertainty. The initial movement toward exits was relatively orderly. People stood, gathered their belongings, began to move toward the aisles, but order depends on several conditions: adequate time, clear pathways, functioning exits, and manageable numbers. As more people stood and began to move, as the smoke thickened and the sense of urgency increased, those conditions began to degrade. The theatre's exit strategy, like that of many buildings of its era, had never been tested under true emergency conditions. The exits existed certainly. Numerous doors leading to lobbies, stairwells, and eventually the street. But their design and marking reflected the assumption that people would leave gradually, in small groups, with time to navigate unfamiliar routes. The doors were not illuminated with emergency lighting. The pathways were not marked with clear glowing signs. The ushers, though present, had no training in emergency evacuation procedures and were themselves caught in the same confusion and fear as the patrons. The psychological dynamics of crowd movement are complex and often counterintuitive. People tend to exit through familiar routes, even when other options exist. They follow the person in front of them, creating chains of movement that can lead to the same door, even when alternative exits stand empty. They hesitate to break social norms. Pushing, shoving, and aggressive movement feel wrong even when danger is present. But as fear increases and time compresses, those inhibitions break down, and the crowd transitions from a collection of individuals to a moving mass with its own physics. The balconies presented particular challenges. The upper levels held hundreds of people, all of whom needed to descend to reach ground-level exits. The stairwells were narrow, designed for gradual dispersal, not rapid evacuation. As people from the balcony levels entered the stairwells, they created a downstream pressure, a human river that could not flow faster than the narrowest point would allow. Those at the front of the crowd could move, but those behind them were increasingly compressed, their movement restricted by the bodies ahead of them. And then there were the doors themselves. Some exits, particularly those in the upper levels, were locked, a practice intended to prevent non-paying patrons from entering through side doors, or to control access to certain areas. Other doors, while unlocked, opened inward, meaning they required a pulling motion to open. When a crowd presses forward, inward opening doors become impossible to operate. The pressure of bodies against the door makes it immovable, creating a paradoxical trap where the exit is physically present but functionally inaccessible. People reached doors and found them unyielding. They pushed, pulled, pounded, shouted. Behind them, more people pressed forward, not knowing what the hold-up was, only knowing they needed to move, needed to get out. The compression increased. Bodies became wedged together, unable to move in any direction. The physics of crowd crush are brutally simple. Human bodies can tolerate only so much pressure before breathing becomes difficult, then impossible. Ribs crack, lungs collapse, consciousness fades. The smoke, meanwhile, continued its own terrible work. It rose from the stage, spread across the ceiling, then descended in thick, acrid waves. Smoke is not merely a visual obstruction, it is a chemical assault, carrying carbon monoxide, heated particles, and compounds that irritate eyes, throat, and lungs. Breathing becomes painful, then desperate, then impossible. Vision narrows, thought becomes sluggish. The body's automatic responses, coughing, gasping, only draw more contaminated air into the lungs. In the darkness and smoke, spatial orientation fails. The theatre, which had seemed so clear and navigable under normal lighting, became a confusing maze. People stumbled over seats, over each other, over obstacles they could not see. The sounds were overwhelming, screaming, crying, the roar of fire, the creaking of structural elements under heat stress. The human voice, which normally carries emotional meaning, became raw noise, indistinguishable in the chaos. Some people made it out through functioning exits, emerging into the December cold with smoke-stained clothes and rattled nerves, unsure whether to run farther or turn back to help. Some found windows and broke through to exterior fire escapes, though many of these escapes were poorly maintained, iced over, or terminated in dangerous drops. Some found their way to back corridors, service entrances, or routes intended only for staff, but which happened to lead to safety. But many did not make it out. They were trapped by locked doors, by crushed crowds, by smoke inhalation, by falls, by the simple geography of the building that placed them too far from usable exits when the crisis began. The death toll would ultimately exceed 600 people, making it one of the deadliest building fires in American history. The majority of victims died, not from burns, but from smoke inhalation and crowd crush, killed by the building's failures rather than the fire itself. The fire, once it breached the stage curtain and entered the main auditorium, found fresh oxygen and additional fuel. The velvet seats, the decorative fabrics, the wooden elements, all contributed to the conflagration. The heat intensified, causing structural elements to weaken. The theatre, which had seemed so solid and permanent, revealed itself as a temporary arrangement of materials that responded to heat like any other, warping, cracking, failing. Outside, on Randolph Street, the first signs of disaster emerged as people began appearing from the theatre's exits, some running, some helping others, some collapsing onto the cold pavement. Passers-by stopped, confused at first, then alarmed as they saw smoke beginning to seep from the building's upper windows. The fire alarm was sounded, and the city's fire companies began to respond. Horses pulling equipment through the streets, firefighters preparing for what they assumed would be a standard structural fire. But by the time the fire companies arrived, the nature of the emergency had already shifted. This was not primarily a firefighting problem. It was a mass casualty event. The fire itself would be brought under control relatively quickly once firefighters gained access to the building, but the human damage had already occurred. The scene that greeted the first responders was one of profound tragedy. Bodies in the lobbies, on the stairwells, piled against doors that had refused to open, slumped in seats where smoke had overcome them before they could stand. The winter air, so clean and cold that morning, became filled with the smell of smoke and the sounds of a city realizing something terrible had happened. Word spread through the surrounding blocks, carried by those who had escaped, by witnesses who had seen people emerging from the theatre, by the gathering of emergency vehicles and personnel. Crowds began to form, family members looking for loved ones, curious onlookers drawn by the commotion, reporters sensing a major story. The hospitals received the first wave of survivors, some walking in on their own, others carried by strangers who had helped them from the building. The injuries varied: smoke inhalation, burns, crush injuries, broken bones from falls, shock and trauma. The medical staff worked with the organised urgency of professionals confronting an overwhelming situation, triaging patients, treating the most severe cases first, trying to gather information about who these people were and who should be notified. But many of the theatre's occupants would not reach the hospital. The recovery effort inside the building became a grim process of documentation and removal. Bodies were carried out and lined up on the street, on the cold pavement, covered with whatever material was available. The task of identification began, looking for personal effects, clothing, anything that might help connect these victims with the families who would soon be searching for them. The city's response expanded throughout the afternoon and evening. Morgues were prepared to receive the dead. Lists were compiled, though they were incomplete and often contradictory in the early hours. Communication systems, primitive by later standards, struggled to keep pace with the information needs of a city trying to understand what had happened and who had been affected. Telephone lines became overloaded. Messengers ran through the streets carrying news. Newspapers prepared special editions. For those who had lost family members or friends, the hours that followed were a particular kind of agony. The uncertainty of not knowing, the desperate hope that their loved one had somehow escaped, the awful process of checking hospitals and morgues, of looking at lists of names, of viewing bodies in the hope of not finding the face they dreaded to see. The holiday season, which should have been a time of celebration, became a time of mourning for hundreds of families. The immediate question that arose in the aftermath was simple and unanswerable in its full complexity. How did this happen? The theatre had been new, had been advertised as safe, had been approved for operation by city officials. 600 people had not died because of simple bad luck. They had died because of a series of failures, decisions, and oversights that created the conditions for catastrophe. The investigations began almost immediately, driven by public outrage, legal necessity, and the genuine need to understand what had gone wrong. Inspectors examined the building's remains, documenting the locked doors, the inward opening exits, the jammed curtain mechanism, the inadequate firefighting equipment. Witnesses gave testimony about what they had seen and experienced, their accounts varying based on where they had been in the theatre and what they had been able to perceive through smoke and fear. The question of blame became contentious. Was this the fault of the theatre's owners, who had prioritised profit and appearance over genuine safety? Was it the fault of the city's building inspectors, who had approved the theatre despite its deficiencies? Was it the fault of the stagehands or performers who had failed to respond quickly enough to the initial fire? Was it simply bad luck, a confluence of circumstances that could not have been predicted or prevented? The reality, as is often the case in complex disasters, was that responsibility was distributed across multiple parties and systems. The theatre's owners had made choices that prioritised cost savings and aesthetics over safety, limiting exit door widths, installing doors that opened inward, failing to maintain safety equipment, allowing flammable materials to accumulate backstage. The city's inspection regime had been inadequate, with inspectors lacking the expertise or authority to identify and correct serious hazards. The building codes of the era were insufficient, allowing practices that would later be recognised as dangerous. But beyond individual blame, the Iroquois theatre fire revealed systemic problems in how public safety was conceptualised and enforced. There was no comprehensive body of fire safety knowledge based on scientific study of how fires develop and how people respond. Building codes existed as patchworks of local regulations, varying widely in stringency and enforcement. The theatrical industry had no standardised safety practices, with each theatre operating according to its own judgment and economic constraints. The public, understandably, demanded accountability. Trials were held, charges were brought, testimony was given. Some individuals were prosecuted, though convictions proved difficult to obtain. The legal system of the time struggled to assign criminal responsibility in cases where the harm resulted from negligence and poor judgment rather than intentional malice. The theatre's owners and managers faced civil lawsuits from victims' families, some of which resulted in settlements, though no amount of money could compensate for the lives lost. More significantly, the disaster catalysed changes in safety regulations and building practices. Chicago and other cities began to revise their building codes, mandating specific safety features. Exit doors that opened outward, clearly marked and illuminated exits, regular safety inspections, limits on occupancy based on available egress routes, restrictions on flammable materials in public spaces, requirements for fire suppression systems. The concept of panic hardware emerged from this tragedy, door mechanisms designed to open when pushed from the inside, regardless of the pressure applied, allowing crowds to exit even in crushed conditions. Exit signs began to incorporate their own lighting sources, ensuring visibility even when primary power failed. The idea that a building's capacity should be calculated based not just on how many people could fit inside, but on how quickly they could get out became standard practice. Theatre-specific regulations became more stringent. Flame-retardant treatments for scenery and curtains became mandatory. The use of open flames on stage was restricted. Sprinkler systems, previously rare, became required equipment. Fire curtains were tested regularly to ensure they would function in emergencies. Staff training in emergency procedures became a standard requirement. These changes did not happen instantly or uniformly. Reform is always a process of negotiation between competing interests: public safety versus cost, regulation versus freedom, prevention versus reaction. Building owners resisted requirements that would increase their expenses. Architects argued about what was practically feasible. Politicians balanced public demands for action against industry lobbying for moderation. But the scale of the Iroquois theatre disaster made it impossible to ignore. 600 deaths in a single afternoon, in a building that had promised safety, in a city that considered itself modern and progressive. It was a moral crisis that demanded response. The victims became, in a sense, the price paid for knowledge that would protect future generations. Their deaths created political will for changes that might otherwise have taken decades to implement. The cultural impact extended beyond regulations. The fire entered the public consciousness as a cautionary tale about the dangers of complacency, about the gap between appearance and reality, about the importance of questioning assurances of safety. It became a reference point in discussions of public safety, invoked whenever new buildings or venues were proposed, whenever questions arose about whether safety measures were adequate or excessive. For the survivors, the fire remained a defining trauma, a line that divided their lives into before and after. Some struggled with guilt at having survived when others had not. Some developed lasting anxiety about crowded spaces, about theatres, about any situation where exit routes were not immediately visible. Some found ways to integrate the experience into their life narratives, speaking publicly about what they had witnessed, advocating for safety reforms, ensuring that the lessons of that afternoon were not forgotten. The stories that emerged from the disaster were both harrowing and illuminating. There were accounts of heroism, people who had helped others escape, who had remained calm and directed traffic toward exits, who had broken windows or forced doors open. There were stories of heartbreak, families separated in the chaos and never reunited, children lost, parents searching desperately through hospitals and morgues. There were stories of random fortune, someone who had left their seat to use a restroom just before the fire began, someone who had chosen a different section and found themselves near a functioning exit, someone who had decided at the last minute not to attend the matinee. These individual stories accumulated formed a collective narrative about the arbitrary nature of disaster, about how thin the line can be between safety and catastrophe, about how the same event can spare one person and kill their neighbour based on nothing more than where they happen to be sitting. The randomness was, in some ways, more disturbing than if there had been a clear pattern to survival. It suggested a universe without protective logic, where doing everything right, buying a ticket, taking a seat, watching a show, could still result in death. The theatre building itself, after the fire was extinguished and the victims removed, stood as a shell of what it had been. The ornate decorations were smoke-stained and heat-damaged. The steel structure, though it had not collapsed, bore the marks of extreme temperatures. The seats were ruined, the stage was destroyed, and the entire space carried the smell of burning, a scent that would linger for months. The question of what to do with the building became another point of contention. Some argued for its demolition, for removing the physical reminder of tragedy. Others suggested it should be preserved as a memorial, a permanent warning about the costs of inadequate safety. In the end, pragmatic concerns won out. The building was partially reconstructed, repurposed, and eventually demolished years later. The site would see new construction, new uses, the city building over its scars as cities do. But for those who had been there, who had experienced those terrifying minutes when a holiday matinee transformed into a fight for survival, the building's physical fate mattered less than the memories they carried. The smell of smoke would trigger flashbacks. The sound of a crowd in an enclosed space would cause anxiety. The simple act of entering a theatre would require conscious effort, a wrestling with fear, a reminder that places designed for pleasure can also be places of danger. The children who survived, many of whom had attended with mothers or other family members, carried particularly complex trauma. Some had witnessed deaths, had seen people fall, had heard sounds no child should hear. Some had lost parents or siblings, their families broken by those few minutes of chaos. The psychological impact of such experiences in an era when trauma was poorly understood and treatment options were limited would shape entire lives. The fire also highlighted class dimensions of disaster. While the Iroquois Theatre had been marketed as a high-quality venue, matinee performances attracted a broad demographic. The victims included wealthy families, but also working-class people who had saved to afford the tickets, people for whom an afternoon at the theatre was a special occasion. The aftermath revealed how a disaster response often reflected social hierarchies. Some families had the resources and connections to navigate the complex process of identification and burial, while others struggled with bureaucratic obstacles and financial burdens. The question of compensation became tied to these class dynamics. Civil lawsuits were filed, but legal action required resources, lawyers, time, knowledge of the system. Some families received settlements, though often inadequate given the loss. Others, particularly those already living on economic margins, found the legal system inaccessible or too slow to provide needed support. The distribution of tragedy's costs was not equal. Religious communities attempted to provide comfort and meaning. Funerals filled churches and synagogues across the city. Clergy struggled to explain how such a disaster could occur, to reconcile the senseless loss with frameworks of faith and divine purpose. Some spoke of God's mysterious plan, others of human failing, others simply of the need to support those who grieved. The theological challenge was profound: how to maintain faith in a benevolent universe when children had died in a theatre fire day before New Year. The newspapers of the time covered the disaster extensively, with varying degrees of accuracy and sensibility. Some reports were measured and factual, others sensationalized the horror, others focused on assigning blame. Editorial pages called for reform, for accountability, for ensuring such a tragedy never happened again. The coverage shaped public perception, influencing which narratives gained traction and which faded into background. Photographs from the aftermath, images of the burned theatre, of bodies on the street, of grieving families, circulated widely, carrying emotional weight that words could not match. These images made the disaster real for people who had not been there, who had not lost anyone, who might otherwise have processed it as abstract tragedy. The visual evidence demanded engagement, made avoidance more difficult. As the initial shock began to fade and the city moved into the new year, the question became how to remember and what to learn. Memorials were proposed, some built, some remaining only as ideas. The victims' names were recorded, preserved in archives and monuments. Anniversary observances kept the memory alive, at least for a time. Though as years passed and direct witnesses aged and died, the fire began its slow transition from living memory to history. The reforms that emerged from the disaster, the changes to building codes, the new safety requirements, the altered understanding of how crowds behave and how buildings should accommodate them, became the disaster's most lasting legacy. Every outward opening exit door, every illuminated exit sign, every occupancy limit posted in a public space carries within it the echo of lessons learned in tragedy. The Iroquois Theatre fire became embedded in the infrastructure of modern safety, its victims contributing, through their deaths, to protections that would save countless lives in the decades that followed. Fire science as a discipline advanced partly because of events like the Iroquois Theatre fire. Researchers began systematically studying how fires develop, how smoke moves through buildings, how materials react to heat and flame. The physics of crowd movement became a subject of serious study, leading to mathematical models that could predict bottlenecks and inform building design. What had been largely a matter of intuition and trial and error became increasingly scientific and evidence-based. The theatre industry itself changed, both in response to regulations and to protect its own reputation and financial interests. Theatrical producers could not afford to have audiences fear for their safety. Empty seats meant lost revenue. Safety became, in addition to a moral obligation, an economic necessity. Theatres began advertising their safety features as a selling point, attempting to rebuild public trust that had been shattered by the Iroquois disaster. But even with reforms and improved understanding, the fundamental challenge remained: how to ensure safety in spaces where large numbers of people gather, where the unexpected can occur, where human judgment and mechanical systems can fail. The Iroquois fire had demonstrated that even new buildings with modern materials could become death traps when design flaws, inadequate safety measures, and unfortunate circumstances aligned. The disaster also raised uncomfortable questions about acceptable risk. Is any public gathering completely safe? Can we design systems that account for every possible failure mode? At what point do safety measures become so burdensome that they prevent the normal functioning of society? These questions had no simple answers, and they continue to challenge policymakers, designers, and the public today. For historians studying the Iroquois Theatre fire, the event offers a case study in how disasters reveal hidden vulnerabilities in systems that appear, under normal conditions, to be functioning adequately. The theatre had operated for several weeks without incident, had passed inspections, had been full of people who believed they were safe. The fire exposed the gap between perceived safety and actual safety, between systems designed to work in theory and their performance under stress. The witness accounts that survive from the disaster provide insight into human behaviour during emergencies. People's actions under extreme stress often defy simple categorization as either panic or rational response. The same person might demonstrate both heroism and self-preservation, might help a stranger while being unable to help a family member, might make decisions that seem incomprehensible from the outside, but felt necessary in the moment. One recurring theme in survivor testimony is the speed with which the situation deteriorated. People described having only seconds to make life or death decisions, to choose which exit to attempt, whether to go back for someone, whether to push through a crowd or look for an alternative route. The compression of time, the sense that every moment mattered, created a psychological intensity that remained vivid decades later. Another theme is the sensory overload, the smoke, the heat, the noise, the confusion, that made coherent thought difficult. Many survivors described acting on instinct rather than conscious decision-making, their bodies moving before their minds could fully process what was happening. This aligns with what we now know about how the brain functions under acute stress, when higher cognitive functions are suppressed in favour of immediate survival responses. The aftermath also revealed the limits of language in capturing traumatic experience. Survivors struggled to describe what they had witnessed, often resorting to fragmented images or comparisons that felt inadequate. How do you explain what it feels like to be in a crowd, pressing forward toward a door that won't open, to be breathing smoke and knowing you might die, To hear people screaming in darkness? The gap between experience and expression meant that even detailed testimony could not fully convey the reality of those minutes inside the burning theatre. For the city of Chicago, the fire became part of a larger narrative about resilience and reform. Chicago had rebuilt itself after the Great Fire of 1871, had established itself as a major American city, had hosted the World's Columbian Exposition in 1893. The Iroquois Theatre fire, occurring just over 3 decades after the Great Fire, seemed to suggest that some lessons had not been fully learned, that the city's rapid growth had outpaced its ability to ensure basic safety. The political response reflected this tension. Reform-minded officials used the disaster to push for broader changes in building regulation and inspection. More conservative voices warned against overreaction, against imposing burdens on business that might slow economic growth. The debate played out in city council meetings, in newspaper editorials, in public forums where victims' families demanded action and industry representatives counselled caution. Ultimately, the reforms that took hold were those that could be framed as reasonable, practical, and not unduly burdensome. Exit doors would open outward. This was a simple mechanical change that did not require fundamental redesign. Exit signs would be illuminated. This added cost but not complexity. Occupancy limits would be posted. This required calculation but not construction. More radical proposals, such as requiring sprinkler systems in all existing buildings or mandating regular evacuation drills, faced stronger resistance and were implemented more slowly, if at all. This pattern, tragedy leading to reform, but reform tempered by economic and political constraints, is common in the history of safety regulation. Progress happens, but incrementally, and often only after the cost of inaction has been made undeniably clear. The Iroquois Theatre fire provided that clarity, but translating it into comprehensive change required sustained effort by advocates who kept the memory alive and continued to push for improvements. The disaster also prompted reflection on the nature of expertise and authority. Who should be trusted to determine whether a building is safe? The theatre's owners had claimed expertise, had assured the public that the building met high standards. City inspectors had conducted reviews and granted approvals. Architects had designed the building according to their professional judgment. Yet all of this expertise had failed to prevent 600 deaths. This raised questions about professional accountability, about the need for independent oversight, about the importance of transparency in safety assessments. If the public could not trust the assurances of owners, officials, and experts, what basis did they have for feeling safe in any public space? Rebuilding that trust required not just improved safety measures, but also improved credibility, systems for verification, consequences for failure, and communication that was honest about risks rather than dismissively reassuring. The role of the press in shaping public understanding and response cannot be overstated. Newspaper coverage brought the disaster into homes across the city and the nation, making it impossible to ignore. The stories of individual victims humanized the statistics, creating emotional connection that drove demands for change. Investigative reporting exposed safety failures and official negligence, providing the factual basis for reform efforts. But the press also engaged in sensationalism, sometimes prioritizing dramatic narrative over accuracy, sometimes reinforcing prejudices or simplifications that obscured complex realities. The coverage of crowd behavior during the fire, for instance, sometimes portrayed victims as having panicked irrationally, when in fact most people had behaved reasonably given the circumstances they faced. This framing could shift blame away from systemic failures and toward individual victims, a dynamic that complicated accountability efforts. As time passed and the immediate crisis faded, the Iroquois theatre fire began to take on symbolic meaning beyond its specific details. It became a shorthand for the dangers of prioritizing appearance over substance, of trusting promises without verification, of assuming that modern meant safe. It entered into professional training for architects, engineers, and safety officials as a case study in what not to do. It became part of the cultural vocabulary of disaster, invoked whenever new tragedies revealed similar patterns of preventable failure. The fire also contributed to evolving understandings of collective trauma and how communities process mass casualty events. The scale of the loss meant that grief was not confined to individual families but spread across the entire city. Shared mourning created bonds, but also complicated the healing process. There was no escaping the reminders, no way to separate oneself from the collective pain. The approaching new year, which should have been a time of celebration and fresh starts, instead became a marker of loss, a time when the absence of those who had died felt especially acute. In the longer arc of history, the Iroquois theatre fire stands as one of several watershed moments in the development of modern safety culture. It contributed to a growing recognition that safety is not an automatic byproduct of technological progress, that modern materials and methods create new risks even as they solve old problems, that protecting public welfare requires active, ongoing effort rather than one-time solutions. The disaster also illustrated the importance of learning from international experiences. In the wake of the fire, American officials looked to European building codes and safety practices, recognizing that other nations had developed approaches worth adopting. This cross-pollination of ideas helped accelerate reform, as advocates could point to proven methods rather than having to invent solutions from scratch. Yet even with all the changes it prompted, the Iroquois theatre fire could not prevent all future disasters. Other fires, other crowd crushes, other failures of design and preparedness would occur in the years and decades that followed. Each new tragedy would prompt its own cycle of investigation, reform, and implementation. The work of safety is never finished, because contexts change, technologies evolve, and human fallibility remains constant. What the Iroquois fire contributed was a heightened awareness, a cultural memory that safety cannot be taken for granted, that crowds are vulnerable, that buildings must be designed with emergency scenarios in mind. It established principles that became foundational. Exits must be accessible, capacity must be limited, materials must be fire-resistant, plans must be practiced. These principles seem obvious in retrospect, but each was learned through experience, codified in response to tragedy. For those who study disaster psychology, the fire offers insights into how people make decisions under extreme stress, how misinformation spreads in crisis, how leadership and communication can either facilitate or hinder effective response. The accounts of survivors provide data points for understanding phenomena like normalcy bias, the tendency to underestimate danger because it contradicts everyday experience, and social proof, the tendency to take cues from others' behaviour in ambiguous situations. The fire also demonstrated the cascading nature of failure in complex systems. The initial fire, though serious, might have been containable if the asbestos curtain had worked. The smoke in the auditorium might not have been lethal if the ventilation had been properly managed. The crowd might have evacuated safely if exits had been clearly marked and unlocked. The casualties might have been far fewer if doors had opened outward. Each failure compounded the others, creating a disaster that was greater than the sum of its parts. This system's perspective on disaster, understanding how multiple small failures can combine to create catastrophe, would become increasingly important in safety analysis. It shifted focus from looking for a single cause or culprit to examining the interconnected factors that create vulnerability. It suggested that preventing future disasters required addressing not just individual problems, but the broader context in which those problems could interact dangerously. The Iroquois Theatre fire occurred at a particular moment in American history, when industrialization and urbanization were transforming daily life, when faith in progress competed with anxiety about the pace of change, when traditional social structures were giving way to more anonymous mass experiences. The theatre itself represented this modern condition, a space where strangers gathered, where technology created spectacle, where the old craft of performance met the new demands of commercial entertainment. In this context, the fire can be seen as more than just a building failure. It was a crisis of modernity itself, a violent revelation that the new systems and structures of urban industrial life carried risks that were not yet fully understood or controlled. The victims died not in some ancient, primitive setting, but in a brand new building in a major American city, enjoying a form of entertainment that symbolized leisure and prosperity. The disaster suggested that modernity was dangerous in ways that were not immediately visible. This insight was unsettling for a society that had invested heavily in the idea of progress, that believed each generation was safer and more advanced than the last. The Iroquois fire suggested that progress was not linear, that new capabilities came with new vulnerabilities, that safety required constant vigilance rather than a one-time achievement. It was a lesson that would need to be relearned many times, as subsequent generations faced their own versions of the same challenge: how to enjoy the benefits of complex systems while managing their risks. The emotional legacy of the fire extended across generations. Children of survivors grew up hearing stories about that afternoon, about the family members who had died, about the trauma their parents carried. The disaster became part of family history, passed down not as abstract history, but as lived memory, shaping how later generations thought about safety, crowds, and public spaces. Some families avoided theatres entirely, the association with loss too strong to overcome. Others made a point of returning, of not letting fear dictate their lives, though the choice required conscious effort. For the city of Chicago, the fire eventually receded into the background of a much longer history, one of many events that contributed to the city's identity. But for the families directly affected, it remained a defining moment, the event that divided their lives into before and after, that changed who they were and what they believed about the world. This disparity between collective and individual memory is characteristic of disasters. For society at large, they become historical markers, but for those personally affected, they remain present, vivid, and painful. The archival record of the disaster, photographs, witness statements, investigation reports, newspaper articles, court documents, provides later generations with access to what happened, but these records are necessarily incomplete. They capture what was observable and documentable, but miss much of the subjective experience, the internal thoughts and feelings that shaped how people responded. They preserve the outcomes, but not all the near misses, the small decisions that led some people to safety and left others in danger. Historians working with these sources must acknowledge their limitations while extracting what insights they can. The official investigation reports provide technical details about building failures, but often downplay systemic problems in favour of individual blame. Newspaper accounts offer emotional immediacy, but may sacrifice accuracy for drama. Survivor testimony provides human perspective, but is subject to the distortions of memory and trauma. Taken together, these sources create a picture that is detailed but inevitably incomplete, a reconstruction rather than a full recovery of what happened. The question of memorialization, how to remember the disaster and honour its victims, has evolved over time. Early monuments and services focused on grief and loss, on honouring individual victims and providing comfort to families. Later commemorations often emphasise the safety reforms that emerge from the tragedy, framing the victims' deaths as having meaning through the changes they prompted. This shift from mourning to meaning-making is common in how societies process disasters, moving from immediate emotional response to longer-term integration into collective narrative. But this move to extract lessons and meaning can also be uncomfortable, potentially minimizing the raw fact of loss. 600 people died, many of them children, in circumstances that were terrifying and painful. No amount of safety reform changes that reality or makes it acceptable. The victims did not die for a purpose. They died because of failures that should have been prevented. The reforms that followed are positive, but they cannot redeem the tragedy or fully compensate for what was lost. This tension between honouring loss and extracting lessons remains unresolved. Memorials try to do both, to create space for grief while also serving educational purposes. The effectiveness of these efforts varies, and different audiences bring different needs to them. Families seeking to remember loved ones may want something different from safety professionals studying the disaster as a case study, and both may have different priorities from casual visitors encountering a memorial without personal connection. In the end, the Iroquois theatre fire endures in memory and practice, not because we have fully resolved what it means, but because we cannot afford to forget it. The specific details may fade, the individual names may be lost to all but specialised historians, but the essential lesson remains relevant. Safety is not automatic. Crowds are vulnerable. Buildings must be designed for emergency as well as normal operation, and promises of protection must be verified rather than accepted on faith. Every time you enter a crowded venue and note the exit signs, you are benefiting from lessons learned in part from the Iroquois theatre fire. Every time an inspector verifies that occupancy limits are posted and enforced, that exit doors are unlocked and open outward, that fire suppression systems are functional, they are applying standards that emerged from disasters like this one. The victim's legacy lives not primarily in monuments, but in these mundane, essential practices that most people never think about, the invisible infrastructure of safety that allows us to gather in large groups without constant fear. This is perhaps the most appropriate way to remember, not through grand gestures, but through consistent application of the hard-won knowledge that disasters provide. The Iroquois theatre fire taught that safety is an active practice, not a static condition, that it requires attention, resources, and the willingness to prioritise protection over convenience or profit. These lessons remain urgent because the temptations that led to the disaster, cutting costs, avoiding regulations, assuming the best, remain constant features of human institutions. The fire occurred in a specific time and place, but the dynamics it revealed are universal. Anywhere people gather in large numbers, the potential for disaster exists. Anywhere systems are complex and rely on multiple components working correctly, the potential for cascading failure exists. Anywhere assurances of safety are given, the need for verification and accountability exists. The Iroquois theatre fire speaks across time because these conditions persist. For someone listening to this story, as they fall asleep, the details may blur, the sequence may become dreamlike, but the essential feeling remains. The fragility of the everyday, the thin line between normal and catastrophic, the importance of the invisible work that keeps us safe. The story is not about cultivating fear, but about appreciating the systems and practices that allow us to trust public spaces, to gather with strangers, to enjoy entertainment without constant vigilance. The afternoon of December 30th, 1903 began as ordinary time, people making their way to a matinee, settling into their seats, anticipating a few hours of pleasant distraction. It ended as historical time, a date that would be remembered, studied, and invoked for more than a century. The transition happened in minutes, driven by smoke and fear, and the failure of systems that should have protected everyone inside. The victims deserve to be remembered as the individuals they were, people with names, families, hopes, and plans that extended beyond that afternoon. They were not merely statistics or case studies or lessons. They were people who had the misfortune to be in a particular place, at a particular time, when multiple failures aligned to create disaster. Their deaths were not inevitable, not acceptable, and not meaningless, except in the sense that all tragedy carries the weight of needlessness. What we do with their memory matters. If we honour them by maintaining vigilant safety practices, by supporting rigorous building codes, by insisting on transparency and accountability in public venues, then we extend the protective circle they helped create. If we forget, if we allow the lessons to fade, if we prioritise short-term savings over long-term safety, then we risk repeating their tragedy in new forms. The story of the Iroquois Theatre fire is ultimately a story about trust and betrayal, the trust people place in institutions, buildings, and assurances of safety, and what happens when that trust is betrayed. It is also a story about resilience and reform, about how tragedy can catalyse change, how failure can inform better practice. Both of these narratives are true, and both deserve attention. As you drift towards sleep, you might reflect on the ordinary miracles of modern life, the buildings that stand, the systems that function, the safety measures that work quietly in the background. These are not accidents but achievements, built on the knowledge accumulated through both success and failure. The Iroquois Theatre fire contributed to that knowledge in the hardest possible way, and its victims, through their loss, became unwilling teachers for all who would come after. The December cold of 1903 has long since passed, but the memory remains, held in documents and memorials, in safety codes and building designs, in the stories passed down through families and preserved in archives. The theatre itself is gone, the site transformed, the city grown far beyond what it was. But the lesson persists. Safety is a practice, not a promise, requiring constant attention, honest assessment, and the willingness to learn from tragedy so that future audiences can gather without fear, enjoy their performances, and return home to the people who love them. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.